మధుసూదన్ గారు క్షేమమా? ఆయుష్మాన్ భవ. క్షేమమా?
క్షేమం సార్, వినపడట్లేదు సార్ సరిగ్గా.
నాకు వినపడుతుంది
సార్, నాకు బాగానే వినపడుతుంది సార్. నమస్కారం సార్, సేనాన్ని.
ఆయుష్మాన్ భవ. వినపడుతుందా?
స్పష్టంగానే వినపడుతుందండి.
మధుసూదన్ గారికి వినపడడం లేదంటేను.
సార్ నమస్కారం సార్, నిజంగా చాలా చాలా ఫీబుల్ గా వినిపించింది.
నాకు బాగానే వినిపిస్తుంది మీ మాట.
అదే మీకు చాలా లోతుగా వినిపిస్తుంది, అదే అర్థం కావట్లేదు. సో ఎలా ఉన్నారు సార్?
ఏమన్నా మీరు వాల్యూమ్ పెంచాలో చూడండి సార్. మధుసూదన్ గారు
వాల్యూమ్ పెంచే ఉందండి మాక్సిమం. అది మధ్యలో ఒక కాల్ వచ్చింది.
నమస్తే కొరడాజీ. నమస్తే ఆచార్య.
క్షేమమా?
So we shall start now.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So request everyone to keep their video audio on the mute except for the speaker who is
Sridhar sir, it's actually the volume has gone. Just allow me to rejoin.
We are able to hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Your voice is very feeble, very feeble.
Okay, please rejoin. Yeah. Should we wait, Srinivas, for 2 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you able to hear us now?
Yes, now it's clearer. Yeah.
Okay, great. So we'll go ahead and start the session.
Please.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Shubhodaya and good morning to everyone. A very warm welcome to the Symposium on role of ṣaḍdarśanas in the pursuit of Brahmavidyā. Let me begin with a small prayer. Vakratunda Mahakaya Koti Surya Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Sarvamangala Mangalye Shive Sarvata Sadike Sharanye Trayambake Gauri Narayani Namostute Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavat Vyapta Dehaya Shri Dakshina Murtaye Namaha Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hare Om. Again, a very warm welcome to this unique symposium. As the name says, we are focusing on two things in this symposium: ṣaḍdarśanas and Brahmasutra. Darshana means to see a vision, a worldview, and ṣaḍdarśanas are 6 approaches to reality, 6 visions about reality. And they are Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika, Sāṃkhya-Yoga, Mīmāṃṣa and Vedānta. While today we often many times consider ṣaḍdarśana as a monolith, probably because they have a very important commonality that they are all āstika darshanas, that they all accept Veda as the pramāṇa and enunciate a philosophical and spiritual system based on this, as against the nāstika darshanas like Bauddhas, for example, who do not accept Veda as a pramāṇa. However, when we go into the how the history of Sanatana Dharma has evolved, how the philosophical debates have evolved, we see that there were great debates between and amongst these ṣaḍdarśanas as well. And one such text where we see the very clearly and very fleshed out these debates is the Badarayana Maharshi's Brahmasutra, and the bhashyas on it by various acharyas such as Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, and Vallabhacharya, etc. In the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, Veda is considered the highest pramāṇa, the highest authority in matters of dharma and moksha. And it is the very core of our religion and culture and civilization. Hence, we also call this Sanatana Dharma as Vaidika Dharma. And within the Veda, Upanishads are the crown of it, which deal with the moksha and which define moksha as the ultimate goal of life, and define this ultimate goal as the pursuit of Brahmavidyā or Brahmagyana. And this attainment of this Brahmavidyā itself is understood as liberation or moksha. So, put it briefly, this symposium today, through the talks we have arranged, we'll be exploring the role and limitations of various non-Vedantic darshanas in enabling the pursuit of this ultimate goal of life, that is Brahmavidyā. The talks will explore the questions such as whether and to what extent do various āstika darshanas are capable of leading one to Brahmavidyā, and whether they can be considered as a part of an organic whole, with each fitting in together in the larger pursuit of moksha. And the entire exploration, of course, will be anchored in the Brahmasutra and the different bhashyas on it. So with this very brief openings, I once again welcome everyone to today's symposium. And we are very fortunate to have with us today Professor Penna Madhusudanji, who will be delivering the inaugural address, and Professor Korada Subramaniamji, who will be delivering the keynote address. Two very notable, very great acharyas in their own field of knowledge. So we're very fortunate. Thank you very much, Professor Pennaji. Thank you very much, Professor Koradaji, for blessing the session with your presence and with your talks. We are very grateful for this. Before I open the floor and before we begin the symposium with the inaugural address by Professor Penna Madhusudanji, just a brief introduction to him. Professor Pennaji is the Vice Chancellor of Kalidas Sanskrit University, Ramtek, Maharashtra. He has been recently awarded with the Sahitya Academy Award for the Mahavakya on Gulab Rao Maharaj. He has 45 books to his credit and has recently translated the Gyaneshwari of Sant Dhyaneshwar into 9,000 Sanskrit verses, a magnum opus in itself, I would say. And Professor Penna has about 17 awards and honors. He was honored with honorary D.Litt by National Sanskrit University Tirupati for his unique contributions to Indian philosophy. The Tirumala Peetham, established by Bhagwan Ramanujacharya in the 10th century, has also conferred Shastra Ratnakara on him. So there are many other things. We won't go in much detail now, but we are very fortunate again to have you, Professor Pennaji. So please begin the session with your inaugural address.
Thank you so much, Sridharji. Yeah. Shruti Smriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavatpadam Shankaram Lokashankaram Asmat Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Most respected Korada sir, other dignitaries present here in the webinar, I'm very happy that I've been invited by the organizers to deliver the inaugural address. This is really a very relevant and very interesting topic, that the role of ṣaḍdarśanas in pursuit of Brahmavidyā. See, we all know the yeoman service of this academy in promoting our Indian knowledge systems, especially the Vedanta, and here they have come up with a new topic, that is role of Ṣaḍdarśana and Brahmavidyā. And I understand from the title itself that it is a kind of synthesis. That means accommodating all in the pursuit of Brahmavidyā. Really, I congratulate the organizers and thank them that they have remembered my name. So small, but still they have remembered me. And I'm really excited to share my understanding of all these, especially in the context of Brahmavidyā. As Sridhar sir has introduced, the role of Upanishads is really significant in the pursuit of Brahmavidyā, that nobody can deny its role and its importance, because Brahmavidyā as such finds its origin in the Upanishads itself. So when we look back, we find that in the past also there were so many spiritual people, spiritual individuals, or the people who were spiritually inspired. Such people had devoted some time to delve on the matters like the world, its cause, the nature of the world, the nature of the cause, their relation, then the individual self, its nature, bondage, its nature, liberation, its nature. So all these were very subtly thought, they were deliberated upon, and many such congregations were held, as we find in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, and in other systems also, not only Vedic, in other systems also we find that people had devoted some time to take these serious matters for discussion and find out some solution for themselves. And always we find in the world that we live in, the jivas come with some spiritual eligibility. It is known as adhikara. So we have amongst us people like Uttamadhikari, some are Madhyamadhikari, some are Mandadhikari. Therefore, clashes also arise. I find that the Uttamadhikari gets the spiritual experience without much effort, and whatever he says becomes the Shastra. The Mandadhikari has many clashes, many divergences, many problems of understanding it. Madhyamadhikari, of course, finds it convenient to follow the Uttamadhikari. But the problem is with the Mandadhikari. And as the Nyāya-Manjari of Jayanta Bhatta puts it across, we find four kinds of people again. Ajñascha, Viparyasta Matischa, Samshayanaha, Jnanicha. So we find Jayanta Bhatta analyzes this in this manner, that amongst us there are people like Ajñaha, totally ignorant. There are people who are knowledgeable. They are convinced of their experience, their knowledge, so they are not bothered about anything else. So two extremities. But between these two are people samshitamatihi, viparyastamatihi. That means the people who always doubt, the people who always misunderstand. So nowadays in society we find the people creating problems belong to this category, who are totally confused, or the people who always doubt. So the doubting people, they do not come to a particular conclusion. They have to practice, they have to go through some rigorous spiritual practice, because they are Madhyamadhikari. The Samshitamati and Viparyastamati, they are causing problems, and it is now the sacred responsibility of the Jnani to totally discard this ignorance, doubt, etc., so that they also become eligible for the higher level experiences of spiritualism. So this is basically the most intriguing point, where, as we find in the Bhagavad Gita, Dvavetau sukhamedhete krishyati antarito janaha. So totally ignorant person is happy, and a very highly knowledgeable person is also happy, realized person. But the people in between these two stages are really totally confounded, and they are causing all problems. And now the conferences of this kind really bring some clarity in spiritual matters. They really open up new points of discussion, new topics for discussion, and I fully hope that we definitely get some solution for ourselves. Though it may not be convincing to others, but we ourselves get convinced of some dimension of reality that we lead peaceful life, and that may be sometimes so inspiring to others also. Now, when the Upanishadic seers also had experience, the problem was communication. And now we come to two points. One is experience and other is expression. Experience and expression, these two are really pivotal in the spiritual matters. What you experience, how do you experience, and how do you communicate? That is the problem. But when it came to some deep matters or profound matters like Brahma, the Upanishads themselves proclaim that na tatra chakshur gacchati, na vag gacchati, no manaha, na vidmo, na vijanimo, yadhaitad anushishyat, in the Keynote Upanishad. And there are other statements also where it is very clearly stated that it's not that easy to express it fully. And all expression is partial expression. So therefore, Brahmanubhava, Brahmajnana is completely personal. Because Vedas themselves say that it cannot be complete any time. Then you become one with that, your experience will be complete. Brahma Veda, Brahmaiva Bhavati. And you want to give a name to that state, then Brahma Bhavascha Mokshaha. As Adi Shankaracharya puts it across, you just say that it is moksha, if you have to believe it. But Advaita, Sāṃkhya, Yoga, they don't believe in absolute moksha. It is only a relative term. Now, the Brahma is the absolute reality stated in the Upanishads, because all the Upanishadic seers had some experience, some spiritual experience, and they were convinced of the sanctity of that Upanishad, that experience, and they said that anybody can get this experience provided this particular code of conduct is followed. So that's why na virato duscharitat na shanto na samahitaha na shanta manaso vapi prajnane nainamatmya. The Kathopanishad also tells us that unless you have this spiritual discipline, you cannot expect it, because it is not just intellectual one. So with all this, when we try to understand the ṣaḍdarśana and the a kind of complete comprehensive compendium on that, the Brahmasutra of Badarayana, so we understand that they are talking about a kind of higher spiritual experience, after obtaining which we fulfill our journey called life. So the journey, it's very intriguing. Rather, we can say it is very complex. But still, this can have a goal, an objective in the form of Brahma. That's what the Upanishadic seers felt. But before that, what Upanishadic seers had before them are a few important points, especially in the context of the darshana. As Sridhar sir put it across, this darshana is nothing but drishti, vision. A kind of spiritual experience itself is darshana. And the means to get that vision is also darshana. So therefore we have in the karanartha and bhavartha also. So that darshana they got. Darshana of what? What should be known? What should be realized? This is the most important point taken for discussion by all the darshanas. See, what should be known? What should be realized? So we have several things to know. One, Jagat, other, Jiva, other, the Karana, Mula Karana, then Bandha, Moksha, and Jivana itself. So this needs to be known. But what needs to be realized? Because if we spend our life completely in pursuit of worldly matters, running after the mundane things, then life will be wasted. That is exactly what they felt, the Vedic seers. So they gave little importance to the worldly matters, and they totally got immersed in the spiritual experience. So they were discussing with others also the world, its cause in what form, then the individual self, and the final goal of individual self. That means, as an individual self, if I am present in this body, and I am very sure that one day I will have to leave this, that inevitable hour comes and death keeps its icy hands on the heads of kings and rustics alike. So that moment will come in this life. Then there will be a pause, then another birth. So this way, if it continues eternally without an end, then what is the final goal of this human, this individual self? So they thought, they discussed, and they found some solution for themselves. So during those discussions only, they had come up with some understanding of all these. And I would like to share with you that basically all philosophical systems deal with these only. That who am I? What is this world? Who is the controlling agent of all these? What is the final goal of life? How to achieve it? So in this thing, we find that all the darshanikas, all the great saints had different experience. So that experience was recorded, that experience was verified, that experience was attested by other great scholars. Then it became a Shastra. Thus, among all the Shastras, we find that some are dealing with the experience, some are dealing with the expression. That means how to get the experience and how to share that knowledge with others. So this is the very important point that we have to place before us so that we can continue with our lecture. So when we talk about the world, because it is matter of experience to all, nobody can deny, even an atheist believes in that, accepts it. That's why we start with the world. So when we say that there is something called world, which is matter of our day-to-day experience, in Jagrata Avastha, Swapna Avastha, it is continued. Now, what is its nature? When this point came up for discussion, so naturally they analyzed this and said, yeah, you find this world is totally variegated. It is of totally different nature. And this world is the place of all sorrow, happiness, sentient and insentient beings. So it is actually multifarious. This is the world. Now, when the Vedic seers had made efforts to understand the true nature of these, they had come up with different theories. For example, we understand the most ancient system, Sāṃkhya-Darśana. So it analyzed the same world and found that this world reflects all these, the action, inaction, knowledge, ignorance, all these are there in the world. So therefore, from this particular manifested world, we can get on to the unmanifested one. The unmanifested is not a matter of sensory knowledge. Therefore, we have to depend more on the inference. So for that, they had evolved a system. And that's why they are called by Badarayana Maharshi as Anumanika. Anumanikam apyekeshamiti chenna sharira rupaka vinyasta grihite darshayati cha. That is their Rachananupapatescha Nanumanam. So Badarayana Maharshi, whenever he wants to refer to Sāṃkhya, he never uses the word Sāṃkhya. He mostly uses Anumanika, Anumana, etc. for them. Pratyaksha Anumanabhyam. There also Shruti and Smriti are taken. So these are Anumanika because they have taken the main topic from the Upanishads, from the scriptures, but the method was more inferential. So therefore they are Anumanika. This is one. So the Anumanika, as we find in the Sāṃkhya text, they say that there should be some cause of the unmanifested. The manifested reflects few characteristics and they should be present in the cause also. Therefore, when this is jada, when this is inert, but reflecting few properties, then the cause of this world should also be trigunatmaka. That means should carry the same properties and should be of the same nature. Therefore, what did they say? The Sāṃkhya philosopher said that the thing responsible for the variety of creation here, the nature here, must be of this nature. So this variety is because of the triguna. Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, they postulated. Sattva, Rajas, Tamas are not exactly found in the scriptures. We don't find confirmed theories in the Upanishads, but somewhere we find stray references like Ajam, Ekam, Lohita, Shukla, Krishnam, Bafif, Praja, Srijamanam, etc. So on the basis of such statements and on the basis of logic also, Sāṃkhya has come to the conclusion that the world is a modification of Triguna. Then what is the prime cause of all this? They said, because the product reflects all these characteristics, the prime cause should also possess these. Then they said, the prime cause is the equilibrium of Triguna. Because if there is an imbalance in the Triguna, there is Srushti. If it is balanced, the balanced state, like the nucleus in physics, it is the prime cause, Mula Karana. Why it is called Mula? They said that is Mula because it is not a product of any other thing. It is the absolute, it is the ultimate. Mulasya amulatvat amulam mulam. That is the Sāṃkhya Sutra. So why it is called Mula? Because it is not having any origin. So that absolute reality is given a name, that is Prakriti, Prakaroti, Prakrishta Kriti. In both ways it is explained by the commentators also. And it is very often referred to as Pradhana in Vyāsa and Yoga Sutra. So we find Pradhana. That Pradhana, Pradhiyate Bhutajatam Atra. So you can take it as Adhikaranartha or Karanartha. That Pradhiyate iti Pradhanam also is given. So that Pradhana is neither Sat nor Asat, neither Satta nor Asatta, because it serves the purpose. That is the Sāṃkhya understanding. So it says that Mula Karana, it actually serves the purpose for a different entity called self. For that they have postulated another. Because after all, the world experience falls in two categories. One is the experienced and other is the experiencer. So experienced is the Prakriti and its evolutes, and experiencer is given a name Purusha in Sāṃkhya-Darśana, followed by Yoga-Darśana also. So this way they have accommodated the world, saying that it is inert and it is the effect of Prakriti. Prakriti is Jada, and the Prakriti, when it comes in contact with the Purusha, it comes in contact with the Purusha. Purusha is Nishkriya, therefore there is no activity. So the Prakriti comes in contact with the Purusha and there is this imbalance in the Triguna. That means one becoming predominant. That is Paraspara Abhibhava, Paraspara Janana Midhana Hetavaha. So this way there is a kind of imbalance and that leads to creation. This is their understanding. So through this they have presented few important theories that the cause of this universe is inert Prakriti. There is Purusha, but Purusha has no active involvement in the process of creation nor in the process of liberation. And the individual self is Purusha and individual self alone. It is the Sāṃkhya-Darśana does not believe in any supreme self. So this way it has presented that Brahma is not accepted. And that is taken for discussion by Badarayana Maharshi in the 5th Adhikarana of the first chapter itself. It says, Ikshaterna Shabdam Gaunaschennatma Shabdat Tannishtasa Mokshopadeshat Heyatva Avachanatcha Swapyat Gati Samanyat Shrutatvacha. So with all the sutras, when Brahma Sutra discusses this matter, it says very clearly that you are forgetting the experience of Vedic seers, that they were always talking that Tad Aikshata Bahusyam Prajayaya, So Kamayata Bahusyam Prajayaya. So how can you ignore such statements? that they are taking into consideration that the prime cause had contemplated, and contemplation is not possible in inert matter. Therefore, we cannot accept Prakriti as the prime cause of the universe. We have to go beyond that. Prakritev paratastu saha. And that is the subject matter of Vedanta of Badarayana. And elsewhere also Badarayana very clearly says this designing and executing, two things are there. See, for design you have to contemplate, and that is the part of the Purusha Tattva, and executing, that is the part of the matter. So therefore Rachana Anupapatti, that Anupapatti was highlighted in the Brahma Sutra, that designing and contemplating is not possible in the inert matter. So on the basis of this only, they have just discarded theory as invalid. Now the same universe is observed, analyzed, and a theory has put forth by the Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika also. Basically the Vaiseshika thinkers had analyzed and found that all matter can be reduced to minutest, tiniest particles, and further if we reduce that, we find minutest, that which cannot be divided further, and that indivisible part of the matter is paramāṇu. This paramāṇu is actually a product of guna in the Sāṃkhya-Darśana. So it is very clear there. Bhuta tanmatrasya amsha paramāṇu, etc. they say. So here the Vaiseshika stopped there and said, this is the paramāṇu. Of course, the inherent matter becoming the cause of universe is common to both, because according to the Sāṃkhya-Darśana, Yoga-Darśana, the matter, that is Prakriti, is Jada by itself. And in Vaiseshika and Nyāya-Darśana, even they accept the Brahma Vada, the paramāṇu should be inert. And to escape this problem, or to come out of this very important problem, the Vaiseshikas had later included Ishvara also. That is a different thing. That Ishvara chikirshaya paramāṇushu kriya jayate tatu tataha dvanikadi utpatti, etc. When they say, in Arambhavad also they had to include a supreme conscious power called Ishvara. That is later addition. But initially they ascribed all creation to paramāṇu. Then paramāṇu coming together to form bonds, various bonds, like we have ionic bond and the covalent bond in chemistry also. Similarly, here also we have some bonds that the paramāṇu come together, they form dyads and triads, etc. This is actually the way of creation according to the Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika. There is not much difference whether it is Navakshana, Dvadashakshana. We find that basically this is the idea about the universe, that the entire creation, the world, is a product of the atoms. So atom is the Mula Dravya. Now it is the Samavai Karana, and Paramanudvaya Sanyoga may be taken as Asamavai Karana, and Ishvara is taken as the Nimitta Karana. And we can observe that in the Sāṃkhya-Darśana, Ishvara is not accepted. Ishvara Siddhehe, that is the Sāṃkhya Sutra. Though Yoga-Darśana has taken the concept Ishvara, that is only for the sake of Samadhi, Ishvara Pranidhana, Dva. And the way they have described Ishvara is also within the frame of Yoga-Darśana. Klesha Karma Vipakashehe Aparamrushtaha Purusha Visesha Ishvaraha. All this is only for the sake of Samadhi, because the process of creation and liberation, though both are expounded in the Yoga-Darśana, Sāṃkhya-Darśana, we understand that the Yoga-Darśana, even while adding the concept of Ishvara, doesn't say anything about the role of Ishvara in the process of creation or liberation. So therefore, it is just an added topic, it seems. But in Sāṃkhya, Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika Darśana, Ishvara is accepted. In the Nyāya-Kusumanjali also, towards the end of all every prakarana, we find that Udayanacharya gives a shloka in which he remembers Ishvara. And in the first Paricheda also, he says very clearly, Nyāya Charchaya Mīṣasya Mananam Vyapadeshabha. So he says, yes, our Nyāya Charcha is only supplementary, that we want to add whatever we supply, this logic we would like to add to other darshanas. So please, you get trained in our system so that you can you can propound your theory in a very convincing manner. So this way it has actually provided, the Nyāya-Darśana has actually provided a kind of logical system even for the other. Therefore it is Pradeepa Sarva Vidyana. So this way Sāṃkhya-Darśana has given Prakriti as the Moola Karana, and Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika have believed in the pramāṇa as the Moola Karana, with the involvement of Ishvara, as we find the involvement of Purusha Tattva in the Sāṃkhya. But the problem is, the Purusha in the Sāṃkhya-Yoga Darshana is not Ishvara, not Brahma. So therefore it is, as they say, Purushosti Bhoktru Bhavat Kaivalyartham Pravrittescha. Definitely it is individual self. And Purushasya Bahutvam. So they have accepted Purusha Bahutva also. So therefore, that Purusha cannot be taken as the cause. Even its participation is accepted. So the Purusha participates with Prakriti in creation. That is accepted. In what way? So Prakriti Purusha Sanyogaha, Tatkrita Sargaha, Pangu Andhavad Ubayorapi Sanyogaha, etc. They said the example part is perfect, but that does not entirely suit well in these matters, spiritual matters, because you cannot take fully how it is Pangu, how it is Andha. It is only metaphoric. Now, when they say that Prakriti and Purusha come together, that is because of the action of Prakriti only, there is creation, etc. The question arises that, okay, but what kind of Sanyoga you want to put forth? What kind of Sanyoga? Then Vijnana Bhikshu and other explain that it is not Daishika, Kalika. So it cannot be in space-time. So the Prakriti and Purusha cannot come together in time and space like other material objects. But it is Bhoktru Bhogya Rupa Sambandha. This is exactly what Yoga Sutra says in the second pada, that it is Bhogapavargartham Drishyam. So the entire thing is Bhogapavargartha. Bhoga is Drishya Padartha Anubhavaha Bhogaha, and Drik Anubhavaha Mokshaha. This is generally the explanation provided in the Vyasa Bhashya. So this way we understand that their understanding of the universe, understanding of liberation, understanding of some conscious principle is so narrow that there are so many problems. Especially the inert Prakriti cannot be the cause, because no inert object can function on its own unless it has the involvement of subconscious principle. And Sāṃkhya-Darśana does not believe in Ishvara. Only Purusha is there. Purusha is Nishkriya. So all these are the logical fallacies that are pointed out by others, taken for discussion, and others held different ideologies. See, in Karikavali, Muktavali also, when we come across the Sāṃkhya theory, the refutation of Sāṃkhya theory, especially in the Muktavali, we find that the Kartrutva, Bhoktrutva should be at one place. This is Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika understanding. But Sāṃkhya-Darśana and on the lines of Sāṃkhya, even Yoga, when they say that Purusha is Bhokta, but not Karta, Karta is Prakriti, that anomaly is very evident, that it is very clear that you have Kartrutva at one place and Bhoktrutva at one place. That means somebody is doing and somebody else is reaping the fruit. So this is the anomaly highlighted by the Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika Darshana. So this is about the universe. Coming to the prime cause of the universe also, they say inert Prakriti, these people say inert Paramāṇa. Now, these two are incomplete, because inert thing cannot create something. This is the basic problem with them. And other problems are also there. Therefore, we find that something should come out as a complete or more complete, at least comparatively, more complete darshana, so that we can depend more, our logical inquisitiveness is satisfied, we find some solution for our so many problems. So on the basis of inference, when all these people are devising their own method, the Vedanta system depended more on the experiences of saints, and it had become Shruti. So Rishayah mantra drashtaraha. So all the mantras, all the theories, all the formulas, all the knowledge was just intuitive. So these systems, Vedanta systems, depend more on their experiences. Like Abhinavagupta's philosophy, that is Shaivism also. So he also says, Anubhava is the Pradhama Pramāṇa and everything else should follow it. Of course, in the Brahmasutra Bhashya, Shankaracharya also says that this Anubhava should be taken first. Anubhavana nirakriyate. And elsewhere in the Taittiriya Upanishad also he says, Anubhava avasanatvad Anubhava avasanameva vidyaya phalam. So all knowledge should end in personal experience. And all these Vedantins give importance to the personal experience of the spiritual leaders like Vedic rishis and say what they are saying is ultimate. Nirapekshaha ravaha. That is Shruti. What they are saying, that you find in the Upanishads, in the Vedic Suktas, etc. And they wanted to understand all these important 5 matters on the strength of these sentences. Of course, when we take into consideration the verbal testimony, other things also crop in, like the limitation of words relation, and sentential uniformity, word denoting power, implying power, all these come into picture. And of course, the Mīmāṃṣa Shastra and Vedanta Shastra, because they are basically Mīmāṃṣa Vichara Shastra, they had to take into consideration these 2 things. That the verbal testimony is in the form of Vedic statements and other Shastra, Laukika statements like Badrayana Maharshi, Brahmasutra, etc. And when they are available in the form of statements, there are many problems. First thing is that there may not be mutual connection between sentences also. Second, the sentences may sometimes be incomplete, that you have to supply some other thing, read between and beyond these lines. So they made an effort to support this system, and that became the Purva Mīmāṃṣa and Uttara Mīmāṃṣa. So the Jaimini Maharshi, when he had analyzed the Vedic sentences, so he basically felt that the prime cause of the universe, everything is immaterial, because Vedas are eternal. Even after each kalpa, when they manifest, it is eternal only. This eternal Veda saying something. And when Vedas eternal, then the Srishti must also be eternal. So therefore, Nahi Kadachit Anidrisham Jagat, etc. they say that ultimately the world being understood as a creation is a wrong one. There is no creation, no dissolution, it's continuing. Then the problem of course comes, like the statements in the Vedas of the Shruti, the Srishti Pratipadaka Vakyani. So you have to accommodate those sentences also, you cannot ignore them. So the Mīmāṃsakas have their own answer reply for that. But basically what they have understood, that the scriptures, they deal with the basic thing, action. Chodana Lakshanortho Dharmaha. And the Chodana Yajireva, or sometimes Apurumeva Chodanam Brumaha. Shabaraswami also says. So the Chodana is in the form of Prerana, is Vidhivakya. That's what they felt, and they ultimately concluded that it is Dharma. This is the summum bonum of all the Vedic scriptures, and Dharma is in the form of Yagadireva Dharmaha. Ultimately, you have to perform. And that performance itself is the purport of the Veda. This way they have understood the Veda, and the Vakya, Ekavakyata, then Vakya Bheda, Sameshu Vakya Bheda Syad, etc. They have devised a method for the interpretation of these Vedic sentences. Now the same Vedic sentences were differently taken by other also, even before Jaimini. Like we have Ashmaradhya Audulomi, Apishali, Jaimini, Badari, Badarayana. So many were there. Even Spotayana. So they were the thinkers of that time before, or we can say before Jaimini Badarayana, or maybe contemporary of Jaimini Badarayana. So many such thinkers were there. They also dwelt on the topic, what is the Mula Karana, the prime cause of the universe, etc. And they concluded that Brahman is that. That is the Vedanta understanding. All the Vedanta schools believe in that. There is Brahma, there is no doubt in that. Adhato Brahma Jijnasa is the first sutra, therefore you have to start with that. Why Brahma Jijnasa? Why not Dharma Jijnasa? If Dharma Jijnasa is complete, then Brahma Jijnasa does not find place there. The problem is, Dharma Jijnasa is in the form of action. But in the Upanishads, they are talking about the inactive state also. That's why Shankaracharya, while beginning his commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, also said, Vividho hi vedokto dharma pravritti lakshano nivritti lakshanascha. Therefore, the Mīmāṃṣakas had to open their eyes. They were asked by Shankaracharya to observe these sentences also. These are nivritti lakshana sentences, but nivritti lakshana is also dharma. So therefore, when you are saying that chodana lakshanortho dharma, it is only a partial definition of dharma. That's what Shankaracharya felt. And he had given a different interpretation that he got from his direct teacher Govinda Bhagavad-pada and indirect teachers like Gaudapada, Shuka Brahma, Vasishta Maharsha, all these. So he had that kind of spiritual experience, and he was fully convinced that the scriptures should talk about two kinds of dharma. One is pravritti lakshana. Okay, that is the subject matter of the Purva Mīmāṃṣa. Then we have the nivritti lakshana. That is the subject matter of the Vedanta Sutra, that is Upanishad. And the Mīmāṃṣakas had to answer this. And they said, okay, but this does not suit well, because dharma is in the form of performance. And your nivritti lakshana cannot be dharma because there is no action involved. Then Shankaracharya had taken this for discussion in the Chatusutri, that is fourth sutra, Tattu Samanvayat. And there he had given a very strong, convincing reply to the Mīmāṃṣakas that even when there is no action, some action is involved, nivritti is also a kind of action. So, putraste jataha, that such examples are also given in the Bhashya, in the Tattu Samanvayat, and he had, in a way, presented a kind of satisfactory reply, and thus he had balanced the Purva Mīmāṃṣa, Uttara Mīmāṃṣa, and he had given in the Gita Bhashya that ultimately karma, whatever they are talking about, Vihita karma, it is actually preparatory. It is not an end by itself, it is preparatory. So in this way, if we prepare ourselves for the Atma Jnana, then Atma Jnana will be there, and that can take us further to the state of moksha. This is the way of synthesis that Shankaracharya has presented in his Vedanta Bhashya, Tattu Samanvaya, and Bhagavad Gita Bhashya also. But Sāṃkhya and Yoga, they are also taken into consideration, because the Sāṃkhya way of creation is not totally ignored. At many places, the Vedantins also take into account the way of creation presented by the Sāṃkhya. And they say, okay, Mahataha Ahankaraha Ahankara Tanmatrani Tanmatra Panchabhyaf Panchabhutani, etc. they accept for the Vyavahara sake. And they take into account the yoga also, especially in the second adhyaya, second pada, Etena Yoga Pratyuktaha. So in this sutra, when Badarayana Maharshi is saying that this by refutation of the Sāṃkhya, the refutation of yoga is also to be understood, the commentators say it doesn't mean that the yoga is completely rejected. They say only Swatantra Satyatva Sukham Pradhane Chidbhedam Abheda Vakyaihi Vyaso Nirachashta. Some commentator says ultimately that Prakriti being independent and is the source of Ananda, etc., not acceptable to Vedanta. So barring this, everything else is acceptable. That means Ashtanga Yoga is taken. And in Vedanta also, Ashtanga Yoga is given a proper place. So this way we find our acharyas giving a kind of synthetic outlook towards our all astic darshanas. They are not mutually contradictory. Of course, there are places of contradiction, but complementary also. And now the time has come when we should really bring out the places of their complementariness, the places where they actually support each other. And each darshana presents a view of the world, a view of moksha, a view of spiritual discipline that is to be respected. And the final landing should be in the Vedanta. So this is the way. So ఈ రకంగా మనం గమనించినప్పుడు ఇక్కడ దర్శనాలన్నిటిలో కూడా పరస్పర సంబంధం ఉంది అనేది స్పష్టం. పరస్పర సంబంధం ఉంది, కానీ తెలియని వాళ్ళు ఏమనుకుంటారంటే దర్శనాలన్నీ పరస్పర వైరుధ్యాన్ని కలిగాయి, ఆస్తిక దర్శనాలు ఇన్ని ఉండడమే దీనికి కారణం, భారతదేశంలో ఇన్ని రకాల దర్శనాలు ఉండడం వల్ల ఎవరికి యథార్థ దర్శనం కాలేదు అని కూడా అనుకుంటుంటారు కొంతమంది. కాబట్టి సాంఖ్యం ఇన్కంప్లీట్, యోగము, న్యాయ, వైశేషిక, పూర్వమీమాంస, ఉత్తర మీమాంస, సో ఇవన్నీ ఒకళ్ళతో ఒకళ్ళు విరోధించుకోవడం, కలహాలు, దీనివల్ల భారతీయ దర్శనం అనే దానికి విలువ లేకుండా పోయింది. కాబట్టి ఈ కాలంలో మన ఇప్పుడు ఈ మన ఇండికా అకాడమీ వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్న ప్రయత్నం లాగా అందరూ ఒక ప్రయత్నం చేయొచ్చు. ఏంటంటే ఈ దర్శనాలన్నీ పరస్పర ఉపోద్బలకాలు, పరస్పర పోషకాలు, ఒక దశని దాటి మరొక దశకి వెళ్ళడానికి ఉపకరించే సాధనాలు అని గమనించి చివరిగా, అంటే సాధ్యం అని చెప్పడానికి కుదరదు, వేదాంతం సిద్ధమే, ఎందుకంటే బ్రహ్మ అనేది సిద్ధ పదార్థం, సాధ్యం కాదు, పరినిష్ఠిత వస్తురూపత్వాత్ అని అన్నారు. కానీ ఆ బ్రహ్మ వరకు తీసుకెళ్ళడానికి ఇవన్నీ తమ తమ స్థాయిలో ఉపయోగిస్తున్నాయి అని మనం గనక ఈ దర్శనాలని అర్థం చేసుకోగలిగితే నిజంగా మన దార్శనిక జీవనం పరిపూర్ణమవుతుందని ఒక నమ్మకం నాకు. దాంట్లో సాంఖ్యం, యోగం ఈ రెండు కూడా పరస్పర సంబంధాన్ని కలిగిన ప్రతితంత్ర సిద్ధాంత కలిగినవి, అంటే ఒకటొకటి ఆశ్రయించుకున్న సిద్ధాంతాలు. ఎందుకంటే మీరు గమనించండి, సాంఖ్య దర్శనం ప్రకృతి పురుషాన్ని రెండు తత్వాన్ని చెప్తూ వీటి భోక్తృభోగ్య రూప సంబంధం వల్ల ఈ అనేక రూపమైన సృష్టి ఏర్పడుతుంది అని చెప్పినా కూడా ఈ సృష్టి మొత్తం క్రమంలో ప్రకృతిని మూల కారణంగా చెప్పి జడమైన మూల ప్రకృతి ఈ జగత్తు కారణం అని చెప్పి వాళ్ళు ఒక మార్గాన్ని ఏర్పరిచారు ముందు. ఎందుకంటే ప్రాచీనతమైనది సాంఖ్య దర్శనం అని భావించినప్పుడు ఈ సాంఖ్య దర్శనం అనేది మొత్తానికి ఏదో ఒక ఆలోచనను ప్రేరేపించింది ఆ కాలంలో. అయితే సాంఖ్యులు వివేక ఖ్యాతి కావాలి, ప్రకృతి పురుష సంయోగం అనేది అవిద్య వల్ల ఏర్పడుతుంది, కాబట్టి మనకి వివేక ఖ్యాతి కలిగితే ప్రకృతి ప్రకృతిగా, పురుషుడు పురుషుడిగా ఉంటే ఆ స్థితి కేవలంగా ఉన్న స్థితి కైవల్యము అని చెప్పినప్పుడు మరి వివేక ఖ్యాతి అందరికీ సహజంగా ఎందుకు ఏర్పడడం లేదు అన్న ఒక జిజ్ఞాస, ఒక శంక తలెత్తినప్పుడు దానికి సమాధానంగా పతంజలి మహర్షి ఆ కాలంలోని అనేక యోగ ప్రక్రియలని సమన్వయిస్తూ వెలువరించిన గొప్ప దర్శనం యోగ దర్శనం. మనకు తెలుసు ఆ యోగ దర్శనం ఒక రకంగా సాంఖ్యులు చెప్తున్న వివేక ఖ్యాతికి ఉపకరించే విధంగా యోగ మార్గాన్ని చెప్పింది. సమాధి అనే ఒక స్థితి ఉంది, చిత్తం అనేదే మనల్ని, అంటే జీవుడిని జగత్తుతో కలుపుతుంది, అంటే జగత్ అనేది ఒకటి ఉంది అని జీవుడికి ప్రతిఫలించడానికి, అది అనురక్తి అంటారు, అనురాగం అని అన్నారు వాళ్ళు, వ్యాస భాష్యంలో వస్తుంది. అది ఏంటంటే చిత్త ఉపరాగ, ఈ ఉపరక్తం ఏదైతే ఉందో ఉపరక్తానికి కారణం చిత్తం. కాబట్టి చిత్తము అనేది ప్రధానం అసలు మనకు జగత్ అంటూ ఒక ద్వైతం కనపడడానికి అని చెప్తూ వాళ్ళు ఏమన్నారంటే మనం, అంటే జీవుడు తాను జగత్తు యొక్క ప్రభావంలోకి రాకుండా ఉండాలంటే చిత్తాన్ని ముందు గ్రహించి చిత్తవృత్తుల్ని అర్థం చేసుకొని తాను నియతంగా ధ్యాన మార్గంలోకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఈ చిత్తవృత్తులన్నీ కూడా నిరోధింపబడతాయి. నిరోధ స్వకారణే లయ అని భోజుడు రాజమార్తండలు చెప్పినట్టుగా స్వకారణే లయ అయినప్పుడు చిత్తవృత్తులన్నీ కూడా అణగారినప్పుడు తదా ద్రష్టు స్వరూపి అవస్థానం, ఇది యోగానికి పరమ లక్ష్యం, స్వరూప అవస్థానంలో ఉండాలి అని. ఎందుకు అంటే ముక్తిర్హిత్వా అన్యథాభావం స్వరూపేణ వ్యవస్థితి అని భాగవతంలో చెప్పినట్టుగా స్వరూప వ్యవస్థితిరేవో ముక్తి అని వాళ్ళు అన్నారు, అదే స్వరూప అవస్థానం అని వీళ్ళు అన్నారు కైవల్యంగా. అయితే ముక్తి మోక్షము అనే పదాలు రిలేటివ్, కాబట్టి మనం యోగ దర్శనంలో కూడా స్వరూప అవస్థితి కోసం ప్రయత్నించాలి, ధ్యాన రూపంలో మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి. హిత్వా అన్యథాభావం. అన్యథాభావం అనేదే వృత్తి సారూప్యం. అది వదులుకొని మనం మన రూపంలో ఉండడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేయాలి. అది క్రమంగా సమాధి, సంప్రజ్ఞాత 4 అవస్థలు, తర్వాత అసంప్రజ్ఞాతం, ఆ తర్వాత ఋతంభర ప్రజ్ఞ ద్వారా కైవల్యం వరకు తీసుకెళ్తుంది. ఆ ప్రజ్ఞ కావాలి అని యోగ దర్శనం కూడా మనకు చెప్తూ, ఆ ప్రజ్ఞ అనేది ఒక కొత్తగా ఒక అద్భుతమైన శాస్త్రీయ తత్వంగా చెప్పినప్పుడు మీరు గమనిస్తే వైశేషిక దర్శనం చివరిలో కూడా దాని గురించి ఉల్లేఖం ఉంది. న్యాయ దర్శనంలో ఈ యోగ అనుభవాల గురించి ఉల్లేఖం ఉంది. వేదాంతులు ఎంత అనుకున్నా యోగులే. సో వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా ఆ ప్రజ్ఞను పొందిన వాళ్లే. ప్రజ్ఞను నిరాకరించడం కుదరదు. ఆ ప్రజ్ఞ ఎలాంటిది అంటే ఋతంభర తత్ర ప్రజ్ఞ, శృతానుమాన ప్రజ్ఞాభ్యాం అన్య విషయ విశేషార్థత్వాత్ అని దాన్ని వాళ్ళు చాలా అందంగా చెప్పారు. అది ఎలా కలుగుతుంది అంటే శ్రద్ధ, వీర్య, స్మృతి, సమాధి, ప్రజ్ఞాపూర్వక ఇతరేషాం అని యోగ సూత్రంలో చెప్పినట్లుగా శ్రద్ధ నుంచి మొదలవుతుంది, ప్రజ్ఞ వరకు వెళ్తుంది మన ఆధ్యాత్మిక ప్రవాసం. శ్రద్ధ ఏంటి అంటే శ్రద్ధ చేతసః సంప్రసాద, ఆస్తిక్య బుద్ధి అని శంకరాచార్యులు వారు అన్నారు. చేతసః సంప్రసాద అని యోగ భాష్యం ఉంటుంది. ఆ చేతసః సంప్రసాద ఏదైతే ఉందో ఆ స్థితికి మన శ్రద్ధ చేరాలి. అది సాత్విక శ్రద్ధ. ఆ శ్రద్ధ వల్ల మనలో వీర్యము, స్మృతి, సమాధి స్థితి వరకు వెళ్ళి మనకు అనుభవం కలిగితే మనలో ఒక ప్రజ్ఞ ఉదయిస్తుంది అని యోగ దర్శనం. ఇది అన్ని దర్శనాలకు మాన్యం. ఇది కలగడం ఎలా అన్న దానికి వాళ్ళు ఉపాయ ప్రత్యయంగా అష్టాంగ యోగం, అది మందాధికారులకి, కర్మయోగం మధ్యాధికారులకి, ఉత్తమాధికారులకి సమాధి అని మంచిగా అధికార భేదాన్ని బట్టి ఉపాయాన్ని చెప్పారు. అయితే న్యాయ వైశేషిక దర్శనాలు ఈ ప్రక్రియలో ప్రజ్ఞ కలగడానికి ఉపయోగిస్తాయంటే కాదు. ప్రజ్ఞ కలగడానికి యోగ దర్శనం ఉపకరిస్తుంది. మరి న్యాయ వైశేషికలు ఏం చేస్తాయంటే ఆ కలిగిన ప్రజ్ఞని వేరొకరికి కలగజేయడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నప్పుడు కలిగే భాషాపరమైన, తర్కపరమైన దోషాన్ని దూరం చేసి మన ఆలోచనని నిర్దుష్టంగా చేయడానికి, అలా నిర్దుష్టమైన మన ఆలోచనని, అనుభవాన్ని ఇతరులకి అందజేయడానికి న్యాయ ప్రక్రియ ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. కాబట్టి న్యాయ వైశేషికాలు కూడా ఈ ప్రజ్ఞ అంటే కలిగిన ప్రజ్ఞని ఇతరులకు అందజేయడానికి చేసే ప్రయత్నంలో ఉపకరిస్తాయన్నమాట. ఇలా ఈ 2 దర్శనాలు ఉపకరిస్తున్నప్పుడు పూర్వమీమాంస ఉపయోగం ఏంటి అనే ప్రశ్న వస్తుంది. కానీ నిజానికి చిత్తశుద్ధి లేకపోతే ఆత్మజ్ఞానం లేదనేది అన్ని దర్శనాలు ఒప్పుకున్నాయి. చిత్తశుద్ధి అంటే ఏంటి అంటే చిత్తము అనేది ఆలోచన. ఆ ఆలోచన బాహ్య ప్రపంచానికి సంబంధించినంత వరకు ఎంతవరకు ఉంటుందో అది అశుద్ధమనే. అశుద్ధిమల ఆవరణ అపేతస్య ప్రకాశాత్మనః బుద్ధి సత్వస్య అని వ్యాస భాష్యంలో అన్నట్టుగా ఈ తెలివి అంటే తెలుసుకోవడం అనే ఒక సామర్థ్యం మన అందరిలో ఉంది. అది దేన్ని తెలుసుకుంటుంది అనేది ముఖ్యం. అది ఎంతకాలం ప్రపంచాన్ని, ప్రపంచ విషయాన్ని తెలుసుకుంటుందో అంతవరకు బంధంలో ఉంటుంది. తెలుసుకోవలసింది ఒకటే బ్రహ్మ అని వేదాంతం చెప్తుంది. అది వేద ఆదేశం అని చెప్పి మీమాంసకులు అంటున్నారు. ఆ దాన్ని తెలుసుకుని ఆచరిస్తే తప్ప మనకి చిత్తశుద్ధి కలగదు. కాబట్టి గీతా భాష్యం మొదట్లో శంకరాచార్యులు వారు అన్నారు కూడా, ఎందుకు అసలు ఇది ఈ కర్మ ఎందుకు అంటే కర్మణ చిత్తశుద్ధి తతః ఆత్మదర్శన యోగ్యత అని అన్నారు. కాబట్టి ఆ క్రమాన్ని చూపించడానికి మనకు చిత్తశుద్ధి ఆత్మజ్ఞానానికి అవసరమైతే ఆ చిత్తశుద్ధి కోసం విహిత కర్మ అనుష్ఠానం అవసరము అని ఆ రకంగా మీమాంసా దర్శనం చెప్తున్న ప్రధాన సిద్ధాంతమైన విధి లేదా యాగాది విహిత కర్మ అనుష్ఠానం అనేది చిత్తశుద్ధి ద్వారా మనలో ఆత్మజ్ఞానాన్ని యోగ్యతను కలిగించి మోక్షావస్థ వరకు తీసుకెళ్తుంది అని వేదాంతం దాన్ని సమన్వయిస్తుంది. అయితే ఇలా విడివిడిగా ఉన్న దర్శన సిద్ధాంతాలన్నింటినీ క్రోడీకరించి వాటిని సమన్వయించి వాటికి ఒక దశ చూపిన మహనీయులంటే బాదరాయణ మహర్షి. ఆయన బ్రహ్మసూత్రాలు 555 అని మన శంకరాచార్యుల సంప్రదాయంలో 191 అధికరణాల్లో ఆయన సాంఖ్య, యోగ, న్యాయ, వైశేషిక, పూర్వమీమాంస, బౌద్ధ, జైన, పాంచరాత్ర ఇన్ని ముందుంచుకొని వాటన్నిటినీ సమన్వయిస్తూ ఆయా సూత్రాన్ని బాదరాయణుడు రచిస్తే భాష్యకారులందరూ కూడా తమ తమ సంప్రదాయానికి తగ్గట్టుగా వాటికి భాష్యాన్ని వెలువరించడం మనకు తెలుసు. బాదరాయణుడు మహర్షి చేసిన గొప్ప ఉపకారం ఏంటంటే అంతకు ముందు స్కాటర్డ్ గా అంటే అక్కడక్కడగా ఉన్న ఆయా దార్శనిక సిద్ధాంతాలన్నింటినీ క్రోడీకరిస్తూ వేదాంతంలోకి తీసుకొచ్చి ఇప్పుడు అంతిమం ఒకటే బ్రహ్మ అని ఆయన చెప్పదలిచారు. ఈ బ్రహ్మ అనేది వస్తుతః తానే జగత్తు, తానే జీవుడు, తానే ఏకమాత్ర సత్యమా అని అన్నప్పుడు ఈ శంకరాచార్య సంప్రదాయంలోనేమో జగత్తు అనేది పక్కకు పెట్టండి, ఎందుకంటే అది మిథ్య. అది ఉంది అని చెప్పలేం, లేదు అని చెప్పలేం. మనకున్న సత్తలో ఒకటి సత్, అది బ్రహ్మ మాత్రమే అని మేము అంటున్నాం. అసత్, శశశృంగాధికం అసత్, అది మన అనుభవ విషయం కాదు. మరి ఇంకేంటి అంటే అభావ ప్రతియోగి ఏదవుతుంది? దేన్ని మనం లేదంటాము అంటే ఏదైతే ఉంటుందని తోస్తుందో దాన్ని లేదు అనగలం. అసలే లేని దాన్ని లేదని ఎట్లా అంటాం? అది లేనే లేదు. కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు ఉన్నది ఏంటి అంటే జగత్తు కొంతకాలం భాషిస్తుంది, కాబట్టి దీన్ని సత్తైన బ్రహ్మకోటిలో చేర్చలేం, అసత్తైన శశశృంగాదుల్లో చేర్చలేం. కాబట్టి దీన్ని మూడవగా మిథ్యా అని చెప్పాల్సి వస్తుంది అని శంకరాచార్యుల వారు ఈ జగత్తుని మిథ్యా అని పక్కన పెట్టారు. మరి జీవుడు ఎవరు? జీవుడు బ్రహ్మనా ప్రకృతి పరిణామమా అన్నప్పుడు నా అవినాశీవారే అయమాత్మ అనుచితి ధర్మాని అనేకమైన ఉపనిషత్తు వాక్యాలు చెప్తున్నట్టుగా ఈ జీవుడు నాశనం లేనివాడు కాబట్టి ప్రకృతిలో రాడు. ప్రకృతి కూడా నాశనం లేదు కదా అని ఎవరైనా అనొచ్చు, కానీ అది పరిణామి నిత్యము. పురుషుడు అనేది కూటస్థ నిత్యము. కాబట్టి కూటస్థ నిత్యుడైన జీవుడు లేదా పురుషుడు ఆత్మత రూపంలో భిన్నమే. మరి దేనికి అంటే ఇది ప్రకృతి కంటే వేరు, ఎందుకంటే ప్రకృతి జడం, పురుషుడు చైతన్యము. కానీ చైతన్యము బ్రహ్మ కంటే భిన్నం కాదు. కాబట్టి జీవో బ్రహ్మైవ అని సమన్వయం చేసి శంకరాచార్యులు వారు చెప్పారు. ఇలాంటి అనేకమైన విషయాలు. జీవుడు కర్తనా కాదా అంటే కర్త శాస్త్రార్థవత్వాత్ అని, కర్తృత్వం ఎలాంటిది అని బాదరాయణ సూత్రం చెప్తుంది. జీవుడు అణువా విభువా అన్నప్పుడు అణురతయేవ అని అక్కడ సూత్రం చెప్తుంది. పరాభిధ్యానాత్తు తత్తిరోహితం తతోహ్యస్య బంధ విపర్యయౌ అని బంధం మోక్షం ఎలా కలిగాయి బ్రహ్మసూత్రం చెబుతుంది. ఈ జీవుడు అనబడుతున్న ఈ దశలో నుంచి పైకి వెళ్ళడానికి ఇతనికి పురుషార్థం ఎలా ప్రాప్తిస్తుందంటే పురుషార్థ అతఃసంభవాత్ అని ఒక చోట, ఫలమత ఉపపత్తే అని మరొక చోట. ఈ జీవుడికి కలుగుతున్న ఆనందం ప్రకృతి వల్ల కాదు, ఇది బ్రహ్మ వల్ల అని చెప్పడానికి ఆనందమయాధికరణం, ఆనందమయోభ్యాసాత్ వికార శబ్దాన్ని నేచిన్న ప్రాచుర్యాత్ తద్ధేతు వ్యపదేశాచ్చ. తద్ధేతు వ్యపదేశాచ్చ అంటే తైత్రీయ ఉపనిషత్తులో ఇది బ్రహ్మణ బ్రహ్మ ఆనంద స్వరూపత్వాత్ బ్రహ్మణ ఆనంద ప్రాప్తి తస్య మాత్రాం ఇమే ఉపజీవంతి అని చెప్తూ కేవలం మాత్రాం ఉపజీవంతి అని చెప్పడం వల్ల అన్ని జీవులకి ఆనందం సుషుప్తి వ్యవస్థలో కానీ ఎక్కడైనా కలిగినప్పుడు అది బ్రహ్మ వల్ల, ఎందుకంటే బ్రహ్మ ఆనంద స్వరూపం అని. తద్ధేతు వ్యపదేశాచ్చ మాంత్రవర్ణికమేవచి గీయతే నేతురోనుపపత్తే ఇలాంటివన్నీ చెప్పి ఒక బ్రహ్మ తత్వం అంటూ ఉపనిషత్ ఆధారంగా బ్రహ్మసూత్రాలు ఒక సమగ్రమైన ఆధ్యాత్మిక స్వరూపాన్ని మనకు అందించాయి. భాష్యకారులందరూ కూడా యథాశక్తి, యథామతి, యథానుభవం, యథాశాస్త్రం, యథా సంప్రదాయం దాన్ని మనం ముందు ఉంచడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేశారు. సో ఈ సందర్భంగా అన్ని దర్శనాలు కూడా వాటి ఒక సాపేక్షిక స్థాయిని కలిగి ఉన్నాయి అని మనం తెలుసుకోవాలి అని నాకు తెలిసిన కొంత జ్ఞానాన్ని మీతో పంచుకోవడానికి ఇలా అవకాశం దొరికింది. ఇక్కడ మహామహులు అందరు ఉన్నారు, అందరికీ నా నమస్కారాలు. సో ఈ అవకాశాన్ని ఇచ్చిన నిర్వాహకులకి చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు. ముఖ్యంగా శ్రీధర్ గారు చాలా ప్రేమతో పాపం ఆయన అన్నారు మీరు మాట్లాడండి. సో చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. సో ఐ టేక్ లీవ్. నమస్కారం.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pennaji, for a wonderful session, for a wonderful introduction to this symposium. And I think for the viewers who missed our announcement, from this event, we are trying to promote even mother languages. So each session, most of the sessions will be in English, but at the end of each session, we have requested all the speakers to give a short summary in their respective mother tongues. So please do cooperate with us. Again, thank you, Pennaji, for your wonderful session, for making time for this symposium. We are very fortunate to have you here, and a lot of thoughts, a lot of food for reflection, and especially a synthetic view, a harmonious view that you have presented will be the guide for the whole session. Thank you again. Viewers, moving forward, we have the keynote address now by Shri Professor Korada Subramanian ji, and he'll be speaking on preeminence of Brahmasutras. Just a brief introduction to Acharya. So Acharya Shri Korada Subramanian ji is the professor of Sanskrit. He is the retired professor of Sanskrit at the Center for Applied Linguistics and Translation Studies, University of Hyderabad. He has over 38 years of teaching experience and a renowned scholar in Paninian grammar, philosophy of language and translation. He has guided 20 MPhils, 8 PhDs, and his scholarly works include 4 published books, 50 papers. He has delivered over 40 special lectures, presented 60 papers in national and international conferences and seminars, and he has conducted workshops on Vedangas and darshanas. Dr. Korada Subramaniam has received several accolades, including 30 Pandita Samman awards and Mahamohopadhyaya and Shastra Bhaskara titles. He has chaired the Intermediate Board Sanskrit Textbook Committee and coordinated various courses on Indian culture for the University Grants Commission, UGC. Additionally, he has produced MP3 CDs for Vedangas and darshanas and has published 22 articles on ancient Indian wisdom. So we are very fortunate and we are very blessed to have you have such a senior Vidwan, such a senior Acharya with us. Thank you very much, Acharya, for making time for this session. Please go ahead with the keynote address.
Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhetamastu Mavidvishavahai Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I am very much thankful to the INDICA Academy for giving me a chance to say a few words before you. Actually, the topic given is the preeminence of Vedanta. That means comparatively, when compared with other darshanas, in what way Vedanta is to be taken seriously and how is it important, what is its eminence. Okay, not only actually the darshanas, but even Vedangas, Brahmaloke, Mahiyate, Pāṇiniya Shiksha. Like that in Kalpashastram, marriage is for, Vivaha is for Vividisha, Vetvicha, to know the Brahman. Like that in Jyotisham, etc. also, actually the end, the final, that is the Lakshyam, is mentioned as moksha only. But here, in the present context, we have to take up Vedanta Darshanam and with the other darshanas. Actually, in Vedanta Darshanam, Shankaracharya starts with Yashmad Asmat Pratyaya Gocharayoho. He means Asmat is a Shabda which means Pratyagatma. And what is the pramāṇam? How can Shankaracharya say that Asmat means Pratyagatma? Agnirme Vāchishritaha Vāghrudaye Hridayam Mayi Aham Amrute Amritam Brahmani, etc. Vāyurme Prāne Shritaha Ityādi. So this is from Kāshaka Samjnānam starting with. So Veda is a pramāṇam. Then comes Vaisheshika Darshanam, second Adhyaya. Ahamiti Pratyagatmani Bhāvāt. Aham is a Shabda that is employed in the sense of Pratyagatma. Then you can take Pāṇiniyam Vyākaranam, Asmadhyamapade Samanādhikarane Sthananyapi Uttamaha. Here it is clearly explained by Bhartrhari in Purusha Samviddesha Patakanda of Bhakivadiyam. So Pratyakta, it means Pratyagatma only, that is meant by Pāṇini. So taking all such pramānas, Shankaracharya said Asmat means Pratyagatma. Of course, one may ask, what about Yushmat? In Laghumanjusha, Nagesh Bhatta says, it is Tāttika Drishya, it is used. Or we can take it when one thing is taken, that is Pratyagatma is taken by Amshabda, by the opposite world, you can take the Jadapadartha. Keep it there. Now, Shankaracharya deals with all the āstika and āstika darshanas. What is this āstika and āstika? Astidana, astina, astidishtam, matihi, chat prachaya by Pāṇini. So, asti, Veda pramāṇyam. Some people have taken as Ishwar Satta also, doesn't matter. Pandit does not prescribe any meaning to this because meaning is not his job. It is to be taken from Nirukta Arthashastra. So, here, Veda Pramāṇyam Nasti. This is taken up by Charvakas, 4 kinds of Bauddha, 1 Jaina, all 6 Nastika darshanas. So Shankaracharya refutes them also. Okay, for example, he calls Bauddhas Vainashikaha. Vinashaha Prayojanam Yashante. Prayojanam iti sutrena time prachena. So, like that, others are also simply refuted. Then he takes up. See, systematically he takes up. This is in between, it comes Charvaka, Bauddha, and so on. In the beginning, Shankaracharya takes up Mīmāṃṣa, then he goes to Vyakaranam, because Vyakaranam is also considered as a darshanam by Patanjali and Bhartahari in Vakyapadiyam. Okay, I shall give examples from that. And then he goes to Yoga Sāṃkhya, and then Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika. In order he goes on refuting these theories. Keep one thing in mind. See, these things are, many things are said in this Sāṃkhya, Purushasya Chaitanyam, there pramāṇa Siddhanta, Janika, Tyanika, etc. And here also in Pradhanam Prakriti, all those things are said. But under Brahman, anything you say, there is no objection for Shankaracharya, finally. But do not say that Pradhanam is the very cause of the universe. No, that is not acceptable. Well, he goes on giving reasons and all that. There, in the beginning, there is, there are actually, what is the very purpose of Badarayana Sutras? In Janmadi Adhikarana, he says, Vedanta Vakya Kusma Grasanarthatvat Sotranam. Sotram is a thread. Where are the flowers? Flowers are Vedanta Vakyani. Plus what? Upanishad Vakyani, Sotraihi, Udahritya, Vichariyante. So thread will be history. Then he goes on to say about Tattu Samanvayat. Tat Brahma Samanvayat, Samyaganvaya Samanvaya, Samyaktancha Tatparyavattam, Saha Vakyartha, Tatra Paraha Asaktaha Tatparaha, Tesham Bhavaha Tatparyam, Gunojana Brahmanadibhya Karmanika Shyai Bhave. So, there what happens is, we have to take all the Upanishadic sentences and see to it that the purport will be Brahman only. That means all the Upanishad Vakyani have got their purport in Brahman. Like that, one has to make the Anvaya, interpret, construe like that. If to decide the very Tatparyam, 6 Tatparya Lingaha, Tatparya Lingani, sorry, Tatparya Lingani, Shat Tatparya Lingani are offered by ancient scholars. Upakrama Upasamharo, Abhyasaha, Apurvata, Arthavadopavati, Lingam, Tatparya. 3 are related to Shabda and 3 are related to Artha. Whatever it is, keep it. Now, if there is a beautiful discussion, I have taken 5 bhashyas. Shankarabhashyam, Sri Bhashyam, Madhva Bhashyam, Anubhashyam, and Shakti Bhashyam. There are 16 or more bhashyas on Badarayana Sutras, but no. There is a discussion by Shankaracharya between karma and jnana. Okay. Karma is different, it is sadhya, it is different, and jnana is different. In what way? Kartum, akartum, anyatha vakartum prabhavati. It is a karma. Suppose someone is cooking. Generally, pachiti is taken even in Karaka Prakriya in Vyakarana and elsewhere also, because people are generally, not nowadays, most of the people are just do observe in the kitchen as to how the cooking is going on. So, a person may cook something, or he may not cook, or he may spoil the dish. That is also possible. So, kartum, akartum, anyatha vakartum prabhavati. Whereas in the case of jnana, that is not the case. No, it is not possible. It is siddha jnana. It is the Swarupam is there, and it does not undergo any change. No. It is a discussion. Mīmāṃṣa, 12 adhyayas is Purva-Mīmāṃṣa. 4 adhyayas is Uttara Mīmāṃṣa or Vedanta, whatever it is. Here, Purva Shabda in Purva-Mīmāṃṣa refers to the Purva Bhaga of Veda, which deals with karma. They say that is dharma, and the Uttara Bhaga of Veda, that is Veda Jatyaka Vachanam, Vedas Vikande. That is Upanishads. Upanishads deal with Jnana. So, here whether there is Shastraikyam or not is the question. That means, are you supposed to take this Karma Mīmāṃṣa or Mīmāṃṣa and Vedanta, Uttara Mīmāṃṣa, combinedly, or they are separate? It is the question. There is a difference of opinion among acharyas. Here, actually, how to decide? How to decide as to whether a particular text, deals with this or that, something like that. There comes the definition of Vakyam by Jaimini Maharshi in second adhyaya. Actually, it is called Yajif Parimanadhikaranam. Yajihu means Vakyam. Praslishta Pachiteshu Yajishu Nagyayate Kijidekam Yajihu iti. The problem is that Ishetvo, Jyatva, Vayavasti, etc. runs like that. But where to stop? Okay, how to split this Samhita into texts? There, this sutram helps. Actually, although it is said for Vakyeka Vakyata, Vaktavyam Papayudyate, in Veda, Shastra and Loka, where is it useful, how is it useful, that is to be explained. This is said by Vallabhacharya in Tantra Vartika. What is the meaning? When separated, if the parts are found to be wanting, and if and only if a single thing or meaning is proposed by the entire group of the words, I will explain. It is called a Vakya. Sthaikatvam, Ekavakyata, Ekarthapathanatvam, all are synonyms. Here in this sutra, Rishinam Radhyanam Vachamarthonudhavati. That is what Bhavahuti says. Deliberately, Jaimini did not insert the word padam in the sutra. Then what happens? Atrikatvat ekam vakyam sākaṅkṣanchet vibhāgesyāt. When it is separated, what is that separated? He says vakyam, but vakyam is of two types. One is vakyam, the other is mahavakyam. Depending on the need, if the meaning to be transformed is short, then we employ a vakyam, and if it is a lengthy, the meaning is a lengthy one, then we employ a mahavakyam, roughly discourse. For example, Ramayana is a mahavakyam. In Sāṃkhya-Yoga, etc., you will find the definitions and all the discussion. Mahakavyam, mahavakyam are not different, both are the same. Similar sutram is there in third adhyaya of Pāṇini, Vibhāṣā Sākaṅkṣe. Pāṇini was dealing with items right from Varna down to Mahavakyam. Not only Padam, not only Vakyam, that is Karakam, but also Mahavakyam. their lung or lirt are being used when there are two sentences. Marase Krishna is Kashmir Shvatsyamaha, Tatra Satkun Pasyamaha, Avasama, Abhibam, something like that. So both Jaimini and Pranini, okay, have given the definitions of this. Here in the present Sotram, that is Tatva Vada, Padam is not inserted because it can be a common definition for both Vakyam and Mahavakyam. So Vibhage, when separated, if Vakya is separated, there will be Padas and Padaika Vakyata will be there. If Mahavakyam is separated, there will be Avantra Vakyas and Vakyaika Vakyata is there. This is following the Shabda Gauravam. Okay. That means any stretch of language beyond a sentence conforming to Akanksha, Yogyata, Asakti is a Mahavakya. So there will be Akanksha, Yogyata and Asakti in a Mahavakyam also. Actually, Yogyata and Asakti are not mentioned because it is not required. A sane person, a healthy person does not employ a sentence like Chaitra is watering with fire. No, never. Similarly, Asakti. Morning, if someone says Aham and evening says Gachami, there cannot be any meaning. That is acceptable. A Vakyartha will not be there, cannot be there. Therefore, Akanksha only is taken by both Pani and Jaimini. So now, here, Arthaikatvam. The term Artha has got several meanings. Among them, Shabdartha is there, Prayojanam is there, and of course money and so on. So here, if and only if a single purpose is served by the entire group of sentences, because we are dealing with Mahavakyam, okay, then that has to be taken as a single unit. In fact, this is following the Shabda Gauravam. So many Shabdas, so many sentences. Arthagauravam Praskrutyapi Mahavakyam Vartate. For example, in Chandogya 6th Adhyaya, you have Tattvamasi and other sentences. So the very Tatpriyam purport of the entire Upanishad is being denoted by a small sentence. Therefore, Arthagauravam Praskrutya Tattvamasi Icharinam Aham Brahmasmi Icharinam Mahavakya Samajñā. That is the Viveka. Now, let us come back to this. Shankaracharya thinks there is Athato Dharma Jignasa, Athato Brahma Jignasa, Dharma or Karma is different and Jnanam is different. The earlier parts of Veda deal with Karma, therefore they have to be taken as a separate entity. Since the later parts of Vedas rather, that is Upanishads, they deal with Jnana and they have to be taken separate. Karma, what is the Paradharma? Jyotishta Swadharma Yajeta. Having gone to Swadha, what will happen? Kshine, Punye, Matyalokam, Vishanti. So, the karma, one has to face the phalam, that is what you call Punyam and Papam. So, Kalidasa says in Uttarakālamritam, the horoscope is nothing but Punyam vapyatha paparopamapi va karmarjitam pradbhave. Similarly, our sentences are there in Shloka in Brahajyatakam of Vallabhacharya. That is from Jyotisham. Anyway, now, so Shankaracharya opines, Purva-Mīmāṃṣa and Uttara-Mīmāṃṣa cannot be combined and taken as a single unit. Both are different because Artha is different. Artha is Prayojanam. Then, in Sri Bhashyam, Brahmavacharya says, no, when you take up the Mīmāṃṣa, then that Muni Vyakhyata says both are one and the same, both are to be taken as a single unit. Karma as well as Jnanam. So Purvottara Mīmāṃṣayoho Aikashāstriyam Vartate. Both have to be taken as a single Shastra. Then Vallabhacharya says, no, of course, there is upakaryopakaraka bhava between karma mīmāṃṣa and karma mīmāṃṣa. This I shall explain a bit. You see, angangi bhavaha, gunaguni bhavaha, upakaryopakaraka bhavaha, etc. are devices, upayas taken by Mīmāṃsakas to maintain the ekavakyata. All of them end in Visheshana Visheshya bhava. Gunaguni bhava is also there. All these are just upayas. And to see that vakya bheda dosha is not there. Sambhavat cheka vakyate vakya bhedastu neshyate is a shloka vakyam of Kumar Bhatta. So now, he offers some examples, karmana, etc. He gives some Upanishadic sentences from Bhagavad Gita also he quotes. Sarvaisya Vedaihi ahameva Vedyah, and so on. So he says, Vallabhacharya, no, there is upakaryopakaraka. When we come to Madhvacharya, then he says, no, not like that. Tatparyam has to be decided by the 6 Tatparya Nirnayaka lingas, Upakramapasamharo, Abhyasoporvata phalam, Arthavadopavati lingam. Lingam Tatparya Nirnaya, Jatya Kavachanam, Lingani Chatha. No. So he says, if you take the entire Karmakanda, that is Purva Bhaga of Veda, then apply these 6 Tatparya Nirnayaka lingas, that will be a separate part. And when you apply these things, which is 6 Tatparya Nirnayaka lingas to Upanishads, for example, Chandogya Upanishad, Tattvamasi, 9 times it is repeated, and all those 6 you take. We don't have time to. Then what happens? Both are different. There is no upakaryopakaraka bhava. Okay. So, Madhvacharya differs with Ramanujacharya, and Shankaracharya also maintains that both are different. Then going ahead. Actually, Bhakti, Karma, Jnana, 3 ways are there. Bhakti sadhana samagriyam, moksha sadhana samagriyam, bhakti reva kariyasi, etc. sentences are there. Sometimes you can take them as arthavadas. Sometimes what happens, there is one sutram in Mīmāṃṣa. Amnayasya kriyarthatvat anarthakyam atadarthanam is the sutram. Amnayasya kriyarthatvat. Even in Sarvadarshan Sangraha, Sāṃkhya-Yoga says, Atma has to be known. Atma vare drashtavya. That itself is a vidhivakyam. There is karma. If at all, Mīmāṃsakas question as to where is the karma, that is the vidhi, this is the vidhi. Atma jnatavya can be generally taken as a vidhi, and under that all the Upanishadic sentences would fall. Okay? Then. So here in this sutram, Amnayasya Vedasya Kriyarthatvat, it has got a karma as a very purpose. Therefore, Atadarthanam, the mantras which are not useful in a karma, tesham anarthakyam, they will be meaningless, useless, something like that. So then what happens? In Veda, 5 kinds of sentences are there. We are going to deal with Vidhi and Arthavada. Arthavada, here we take 2 types, Stutyarthavada, Nindarthavada. Vayu Yagni Shyatanala Bheta Vayu Bhutikamaha Vayu Vaiksheshtha Devata Vayumevasyan bhavajayenopadhavati. This is from Krishna Veda. So one should perform the Vallabhacharya because Vayu is the fastest deity and he would render the wind, whatever you are expecting from him, quickly and fast. There it is. So since these sentences are of in nature of commendations, Tatva Vada, and since they do not denote any kriya, there is anarthakyam to such sentences. Amnayasya kriya tatva. Then what to do? Similarly, there are some Nindasthavada also. Varhishi Rajatam Nadeyam, one should not offer silver as a dakshina in a yajna. So Rodit, Yadarodit, Tatva. So since the silver has come out of the tears of Pradanath, that is apavitra, therefore, in a silver plate in which we generally have food, some small golden piece is fixed in the center of the silver plate. That is the reason, because silver is apavitra, because it has come out from the ashru of Putra. So here, then this is this sutram. These sentences are also not going to prescribe any kriya. They are of the nature of condemnation, Nindarthavada. Then what to do? See, Sadhyaya Brahman, that is the second adhyaya of what you call Taittiriya Aranyakam, says, Swadhyayojjetavyaha. That means each letter, Yavanti Vedakshadani Patidani Tavanti Harinama Kirtanani on the other side. Every letter of Veda has got its purpose and shape. Then Siddhanta Sutram is offered by Jaimini, Vidhinatu Ekavakyatvat Stutyathena Vidhinamsyo. So, since these are the nature of commendation, they will become Shesha of the Vidhi. So, along with Vidhi, they will get Ekavakyata and then Stutyaha, Vayivyaha, Yagaha, Karniyaha, etc. Mahavakyam will come. Okay, for Stutyatha. What about Nindartha? In Ramayanam, when you are studying Ramayanam, what is Ramayanam? Veda Pracheta Sadasi. It is a Veda. Okay, there is Ramastuti as well as Ravana Ninda. So, out of due to Ravana Ninda, people are getting Dvesha against Ravana. That means Veda is prompting you to have Dvesha. No, it should not. Therefore, what Chavaraswami said in Bhashyam, there is one called Nahininda Nyāya. What is Nahininda Nyāya? It's Shariram. Nahininda Nindyan Ninditum Prayishyate Kindarhi Ninditat Itarat Prashansitum. Tatana Ninditasya Nindagamyate Kintu Itarasya Vidhi. That is the word. So when there is Ninda, Nahinihi Rakshati Vikurīkarane is not a Ninda of Vyakaranam, but it is a Stuti of Vedanta. Like that it is to be taken. So the Ravana Ninda in Ramayanam has to be taken as into as having its purport into Ramastuti. Similarly in Mahabharatam also. So strictly speaking, Ninda Nindarthavada is not for exclusively for Ninda, but for it is for Stutyatha, Stuti only. This is the situation. It is to be applied by every person who is giving a lecture on Ramayana and so on. So here in the present context, what happens? Whatever Arthavadas are there, they will not go in waste. They have to be, interpreted along with the Vidhisotram and Vidhivakyam is the general. So now Mīmāṃṣa is not for moksha, therefore it is not to be taken. But in third adhyaya, third pada of Tantravartikam, Kumari Bhatta says, see, both these people go against each other. Mīmāṃṣa is an anga of Mīmāṃṣa, that is Jnanam is an anga of karma, according to Mīmāṃṣas. Whereas for Vedantins, Jnanam is there. Jnanam, karma may be taken as an anga of Jnana. Because Jnana devata kaivalyam. Bhakti through Jnanam gives moksha. Karma through Chitta-shuddhi gets Jnanam, and through Jnanam one will get moksha. This is the general answer. Now, Shankaracharya refutes Pashupata and other darshanas also, that but you are not going to Pancharatra, etc. You are not going into those details for temporal considerations. Let us see. This Sāṃkhya-Yoga, Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika. These darshanas have got Tarka as their base, mostly Tarka as their base. But can Tarka be depended upon? Tarka pratishthanat. See, Tarka cannot be taken because it is not a standard one. Under this Sutram, Shankaracharya quotes this verse from Brahmavidyā Vakyapadiya. Yatne nānumito pyarthaha kushalairanumatruhi abhiyuktataraihi anyaihi anyathaiva upapadyate. See, there is one Tarka. A verse is also here. There may be a better logician, still better logician. So you cannot simply call a single Tarka as a standard one. No, it is not possible. That's why Vaiji Sauraha Hariyakshayi Shushka Tarka Anusarihi. This is from Vakyapadiya. Shushka Tarka might have been come from this source only. Okay, so Yatnena Anuvidopi Arthaha, anything you take, although a great logician puts in the best effort, Kushalaihi, Anumatruhi, Abhiyuktataraihi, Anyaihi, other people who are better scholars may come and say, no, that is not correct. There is still something else that we believe that is correct. This is incorrect. So it goes on like that. So Tarka pratishthanat. Pratisthita eva tarkaha pramāṇam. See, Tarka is not totally refuted. Tarka can be taken. Chitti matas tarko anusandhiyatam upadeshvanchikam. But the Tarka that comes in support of Veda, okay, only should be taken. Actually, what happened in Nyāya, etc. also, people went to the length too deep. And there is the actual vasana of Nastikas. Therefore, Tarka cannot be depended upon. But these people, Sāṃkhya-Yoga, Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika, especially, these people depend upon Tarka. So, if there is good Tarka, actually Shankaracharya in first Adhyaya, first Pada itself quotes Nyāya-Sutram. Okay, so Shankaracharya is not against this kind of Tarka. So, under that it is discussed, and one verse is generally offered in this regard. Kapilo yadi sarvajñah kanado netika prama tavuho yadi sarvajñau mataveda kutastayo. If Kapila is a great scholar, sarvajña, what is the pramāṇa that Kanada is not a sarvajña? If both of them are sarvajñas, how come they differ in the siddhantas? That is the. So, in the Tarka Pratisthana, the Shankaracharya quotes verbatim, that is in sentence form, this verse, whereas Bhāmatīkāra quotes the actual verse from Brahmakarana of Vakyapadiya. Then, one more thing is, Shankaracharya treats all these darshanas as Dvaita darshanas. These Sāṃkhya-Yoga, Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika, all these darshanas are considered as Dvaita darshanas, not Advaita darshanas. Therefore, he starts refuting these things. In between, after Purva-Mīmāṃṣa comes Vyakaranam. In Devatādhikaranam, Shankaracharya refutes Spata Siddhanta of Vyakaranas. Actually, in Maitreyi Upanishad and Shanti Parva of Mahabharatam, De Brahmani Veditavye Shabda Brahma Paranjayat Shabda Brahmani Nishnatah Param Brahma Adhigachyati. Like that. In Vākyapadiyam also, it comes Iyan Samokshananam Ajimha Rajapadhatihi. So, this is a straight way, Vyakaranam, to moksha. Like that he says, and there are many other verses which I don't want to quote now. So, Vyakarana Darshanam takes up fourfold Shabda, Parapashyanti, Madhyama, Vaikari. Ṣaḍdarśana is not stated by Pāṇini anywhere. Only one reference is there for Ṣaḍdarśana Maharshi, who is considered as the very founder of Ṣaḍdarśana by Nagesh Bhatta in his Tatva Vada work. Among Ṣaḍdarśanasya, a window can be called Goksham, and according to Ṣaḍdarśana, Gavaksham also, that much only from Pāṇini what is. But in Mahabhashyam and mostly Vākyapadiyam, we come across this Ṣaḍdarśana. Ṣaḍda is Nitya Shabda. Shabda Nitya here. Also in Mīmāṃṣa, that's a separate issue. There Paravak Mala Chakra, Paravak is at Mala Chakra, Pashyanti Nabhi Naval, and Madhyamavak or Ṣaḍda is there in the Hridaya, Manas, and then Vaikari Kantadeshaka. Vaikari is the acoustic sounds we hear which emanate from the mouth. Entire Brahmavidyā is dependent on Vaikari Vak only. So here they take Ṣaḍdarśana as Nitya and the Shabda on a par with Brahman, so they call it Shabda Brahman. If Shabda Brahman, it is accepted by yogins. Āstika 17th Sutra is there in Yoga-Anuṣāsanam. Ṣaḍdartha Pratyayāni Vedaradhyāsāt Sankaraha, etc. So there, this Ṣaḍdarśana is supported. You can see to Vyasa and other commentaries thereon. Alankara Shastra, this is clearly stated in Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika and Kavya Prakasha by Vallabhacharya. Thought-rope Yangyam Yanjigasya Dhanir Vyavahara Prabha, etc. So, entire Sāṃkhya Shastram depends upon Ṣaḍdarśana. Then, so Shabda Brahma and Parabrahma both are there. They want to bring Shabda on a par with Parabrahman. But if you accept, I rather think Shabda Brahma, then you have to accept Sparsha Brahma, Ropa Brahma, Rasa Brahma. Maybe some hint is there already in Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika. Okay, like that, other Brahmas are also to be accepted. Whereas Shankaracharya doesn't want any one of these things. He wants Nirvikalpa Brahma. Satyam, Jnanam, Antam Brahma. Separately, they are applicable into Brahman, says Shankaracharya. Satyam Brahma, Jnanam, right? So, Sankhyas refuted there. Nyayikas refuted there. Mīmāṃṣas also refuted this Ṣaḍdarśana. If one accepts Ṣaḍdarśana, then he has to, it is taken for granted that he accepted Shabda Brahman. Therefore, Pipilika Pantiriva, etc., he says in Yavadadhikaranam. So, Shankaracharya refuted, Shankaracharya refuted Ṣaḍdarśana under this. So, Vyakarana Darshanam also cannot give moksha. That is there. Next, going further. In Pratyadhikaranam, etc. Shankaracharya, he says Pradhana that is cannot be taken as the very cause of the universe. And there also Mahatma, etc. Shabdas, terminology, whichever are using, Loka Veda Yoho, neither in Loka nor in Veda are the comment is seen. Then he goes to the Sotram. Etena Yoga Pratyaktaha. He calls it Atidesha Sotram. Why is this a Sotram again? Earlier already Sāṃkhya-Yoga is refuted on the same lines. Yoga-Anuṣāsanam also can be refuted. Is my time over? Please signal me. Time?
Acharya, you have another 15 minutes. So last 10 minutes, you can do the summary in Telugu.
Sure.
So you have total of 15 minutes. Yeah.
Sure. So here Shankaracharya asks the question, why separately saying Yoga Pratyaktaha? Yes, along with the Sāṃkhya-Yoga, it is gone because both are on the same, whatever it is. Then he says, no, Sarvatmana, completely you cannot refute Yoga Shasana because Atmava are drashtavyaha, shrautavyaha, bandhavyaha, nididhyasitavyaha. Brahmasutras. Ekatanatvame nididhyasanuchyate. Panchadashi. Nididhyasanam is nothing but ekatanata. Ekatanata is from Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika, that is dhyana. Okay. Similarly, Tridunnatam sthapya samam shariram. This is from Ṣaḍdarśanas. Like that, there are a number of references in Upanishads themselves to yoga. So, Hiranyagarbha, Yogasya, etc. is from Vishnu Purana. Earlier, Yoga Shasanam was there. Why? Hiranyagarbha, and taking all the material, then Patanjali brought Yoga Anushasana. So, yoga is not to be refuted completely. That is what is said there. Clearly. And then, now I shall speak in Telugu as Tavat Shastrani Gajyanti Jambuka Vipine Yatha Nagajyati Mahashaktihi Yavat Vedanta Kesari is the general verse offered. Other Shastras are discussing many things. మిగిలిన శాస్త్రాలు అన్నీ కూడా వచ్చి వాటిలలో అవి ఒకరితో ఒక శబ్దం నిత్యం అనొకళ్ళు అనిత్యం అనొకరు ఇది బ్రహ్మనొకరు కాదనొకరు ఇలా ఇష్టం వచ్చినట్టు కర్మశాల ముఖ్యం అనొకరు కాదు పదార్థ తత్వజ్ఞానం ముఖ్యం అనొకరు ఇలా ఎవరు పడితే వాళ్ళు ఇష్టం వచ్చినట్టు రకరకాల శాస్త్రాలు చదువుకున్నవాడు అన్నమాట లక్షణావృత్తి వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా పరస్పరం కలహించుకుంటుంటే వేదాంత కేసరి ఇవి నక్కలకి లాగా పరస్పరం కలహించుకుంటుంటే వేదాంతం అనేటువంటి ఒక కేసరి అంటే సింహం అక్కడికి వచ్చిందిట. రావడంతో అందరూ ఒక్కసారి నిశ్శబ్దాన్ని పాటిస్తున్నాం. దీన్ని బట్టి ఏమర్థం అవుతుందన్నమాట, ఇతర దర్శనాలు కానీ ఏవైతే ఈ గ్రంథాలు అయితే ఉన్నాయో వేదాంగాలు కావచ్చు పురాణాలు కావచ్చు ఏవి కావచ్చు అవన్నీ కూడా సాధన మాత్రాలు సాధకములు అన్నీ కూడా వీటి ద్వారా ఒక వ్యక్తి జ్ఞానాన్ని పొందుతాడు. జ్ఞానాదేవత కైవల్యం, మోక్షం కావాలంటే జ్ఞానం ఉండాల్సిందే. వేరే రకంగా భక్తి ద్వారా కానీ కర్మ ద్వారా కానీ సాక్షాత్తు మోక్షం అనేది సిద్ధించదు. కాబట్టి ఎక్కడికి వ్యాకరణంలో ఏం చేశారంటే సిద్ధే శబ్దార్థ సంబంధి అని ఈ వ్యాకరణపూర్వక శబ్ద ప్రయోగం ద్వారా కూడా ధర్మం సంపాదించవచ్చు. ధర్మం వలన ప్రయోజనం ఏమిటి అంటే ధర్మం ప్రయోజనం మోక్షమే. బ్రహ్మచర్యాదేవ ప్రవ్రజేత్. గృహస్థాశ్రమము ఆ వానప్రస్థాశ్రమము ఇవి స్వీకరించాలని నియమమేం లేదు, యాగాది పరిషత్ చెప్తోంది. కాబట్టి బ్రహ్మచర్యం నుంచే సాక్షాత్తుగా ఒక వ్యక్తి సన్యాసాశ్రమంలోకి వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు. సన్యాసాశ్రమంలో 18వ అధ్యాయం చెప్తోంది, కామ్యానాం కర్మణాం త్యాగం సన్యాసం కవయో విదుః అని. నిత్య నైమిత్తిక కామ్యకర్మలు 3 ఉన్నాయి. వీటిలో కామ్యకర్మల్ని విడిచిపెట్టచ్చును, విడిచిపెట్టేయడమేమో సన్యాసం అని చెప్పంటారు. నిత్య నైమిత్తిక కర్మలు అందరికీ కూడా మొత్తం 4 ఆశ్రమాల వాళ్ళకి కూడా ఇది ఆచరించాల్సిందేను. అయితే గౌతమ ధర్మశాస్త్రం వ్యాఖ్యానంలో మన పదమంజరీకారుడు జడదత్వ విషయుడు ఏమన్నాడంటే పరమహంస అనేటువంటి ఒక సన్యాసి ఉన్నాడు, బ్రహ్మచారులు 4 రకాలు, అలాగే గృహస్థులు 4 రకాలు, వానప్రస్థులు 4 రకాలు, సన్యాసులు కూడా 4 రకాలు. ఈ శంకర భాష్యం 3వ అధ్యాయంలో తత్వ ప్రభావ వ్యాఖ్యానంలో వివరాలు ఇచ్చారు. అయితే ఈ సన్యాసుల్లో ఒక్క పరమహంస అనేటువంటి సన్యాసి మాత్రం నిత్య నైమిత్తిక కర్మల్ని ఆచరించక్కర్లేదు. కానీ మిగతా వాళ్ళంతా కూడా నిత్యకర్మలు అంటే స్వాధ్యాయోధ్యేతవ్య, స్వాధ్యాయం చేయాలి, సంధ్యావందనం చేయాలి ఇత్యాదులు. నైమిత్తిక కర్మలు అంటే ఎవరైనా ఆప్తులు తల్లిదండ్రులు వాళ్ళు పోయినప్పుడు ఆర్థికం అది పెడుతుంటారు. ఇలాంటివన్నీ కూడా నైమిత్తిక కర్మలు. కొన్ని ఏ గ్రహజపాలు చేసుకుంటారు శాంతి కోసం అని చెప్పని, ఇలాంటివన్నీ నైమిత్తిక కర్మలు. కాబట్టి నిత్య నైమిత్తిక కర్మలకి ప్రత్యేకించి ఇదే లేదు, ఒక్క పరమహంసకి తప్ప ఎవరికి కూడా మినహాయింపు లేదు. అయితే కామ్యకర్మల విషయంలో మాత్రం అవి మానేసినట్లయితే దాన్నే సన్యాసం అని చెప్పి వ్యవహరిస్తున్నారు అని చెప్పన్నారు. శంకరాచార్య ఇంకొక భాష్యంలో అన్నారు, నై కేనచిత్, ఎవరి చేత కూడా సన్యాసి ఈ సన్యాసి ఈ రకంగా ప్రవర్తించాలి అని చెప్పని ఏ శాస్త్రం చేత కేనచిత్ శాస్త్రేనో ఏ శాస్త్రం చేతను కూడా చెప్పబడలేదండి. కాబట్టి సన్యాసి తమ నియమాల్ని ఈ పురాణాదులు గ్రంథాలు చదువుకోవడం ద్వారా అనే ఈ నియమాలు నేను ఆచరిస్తాను అని చెప్పని తీసుకోవాలి. అందుకోసం ఏంటన్నట్లయితే మనకి ఇతర దర్శనాలు అన్నీ కూడా భిన్న భిన్న పద్ధతుల్లో యోగానుశాసనం ఉంది, యోగ చిత్తవృత్తి నిరోధ అంటున్నది. ఆ రకంగా మనస్సు యొక్క చిత్తశుద్ధి ప్రధానం. ఏదైనా ఏం చేసినప్పటికీ కూడా అందులో పరమాణువాదం చెప్పారు వాళ్ళు. వీళ్ళు న్యాయంలో మంత్రాయువేద వచ్చిన ప్రామాణ్యం అంటాడు 2వ అధ్యాయంలో. ఎవరు? పక్షపాతులు. న్యాయ సూత్రం. మంత్రములు అంటే ఏ మంత్రములు? తేలు మంత్రాలు, పాము మంత్రాలు ఇలాంటివి ఉన్నాయి అథర్వవేదంలో. వాటిని మీరు ప్రమాణంగా తీసుకుంటున్నారా లేదా? అలాగే ఈ ఆయుర్వేదం ఉంది. ఆయుర్వేదాన్ని మీరు సుఖదుఖే హితాహితే అంటారు సుశ్రుత సంహితలో. సుఖదుఖాలు హితాహితాలు చర్చిస్తాం. అక్కడ కూడా చరక సంహిత మీరు తీసుకున్నట్లయితే ఈ సాంఖ్య దర్శనంలో అక్కడ కూడా ఏవైతే చెప్పారో సంఖ్య ఇన్ని పదార్థాలు ఉన్నాయి నేను చెప్పని వాళ్ళు అంటున్నారో వాటి విచారం కూడా అక్కడ ఉంది. న్యాయ దర్శనంలో ఉన్న ప్రమాణాల విచారాలు కూడా చరక సంహితలో అక్కడ ఉన్నాయి. అంటే ఏతావత ఏంటనమాట, మీరు వేదం చదవండి, వేదాంగాలు చదవండి, దర్శనాలు చదవండి, పురాణాలు ఉపవేదాలు కూడా చదవండి, ఏం పర్వాలేదు. అసలు 18 విద్యాస్థానాలు మనం చదవాలి లెక్క ప్రకారం. అయితే అంత జ్ఞాపశక్తి కానీ అంత ఇది కానీ ఈ రోజుల్లో ఉండడం లేదు. కాబట్టి వీటిలన్నింటికీ తాత్పర్యం ఏమిటినట్లయితే చిత్తశుద్ధి ఇచ్చినట్లయితే దాని చేతనే సంపజ్ఞాత అసంప్రజ్ఞాతం అని అవన్నీ శాస్త్రంలో అక్కడ చెప్పుకొచ్చారు. తద్వారా మనిషికి కైవల్యం ఇక్కడ అనండి, సాయుధ్యం అని కొంతమంది అంటారు. బ్రహ్మవిద్యాచార్యులు ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళు కొన్ని శబ్దాలను వాళ్ళు ఇష్టంగా వాడతారనమాట. ఈ శబ్దాలు ధర్మశాస్త్రాల్లో కూడా గౌతమ ధర్మశాస్త్రం వాటిలో కూడా ఉన్నాయి. ఈ సాయుధ్యం ఇలాంటి శబ్దాలు స్పష్టంగా చెప్పుకొచ్చారు. వీటన్నింటికీ కూడా ప్రయోజనం ఒకటే. కానీ ప్రియమినెన్స్ అనేటువంటి వేదాంతంగా ఏమిటయ్యా అంటే, నువ్వు ఒకవేళ వ్యాకరణానికి చదువుకుని సాక్షాత్తు అంటే ఇంకో మిగతా యోగము సాంఖ్యము ఇవేం చదవకుండా కేవలం వేదాంతం చదివి దాంట్లో బ్రహ్మసూత్రాలు అంటే తాత్పర్యం ఖండం ఈ వివరాలని తెలుసుకుని నువ్వు కనుక ఆత్మజ్ఞానం పొందితే అది ఒకటి మాత్రమే నీకు మోక్షాన్ని కలిగిస్తుంది. అంటే ఇతర శాస్త్ర దర్శనాల పరిజ్ఞానం నీకు ఉన్నప్పటికీ కూడా అవి సాక్షాత్తు మోక్షాన్ని కలిగజేయడంలో సమర్థం కావు. మరేమిటయ్యా అంటే ఈ బాగానే మహర్షి రచించినటువంటి సూత్రాల మీద ఉన్న ఈ భాష్యం చదువుకుంటేనే తద్వారా మోక్ష ప్రాప్తి కలుగుతుంది. అందుకోసం ఎవరి ప్రాధాన్యం వాళ్ళకుంది. మండకోపనిషత్తు 2వ మండకంలో వేదం ఉంటుంది, అపరావిద్య అంటే ఋగ్వేద, యజుర్వేద, సామవేదో, సర్వ ఇత్యాది పెడుతుంటుంది. వేదాలు వేదాంగాలన్నీ చెప్తాది. అపరావిద్య పరా ఏన తదక్షరం అధిగమ్యతే, ఇది పరావిద్య. పరా అంటే ఉత్కృష్టమైనటువంటి, ఉత్కృష్టం ఏదవుతుంది, ఎప్పుడవుతుంది? పరమ పురుషార్థమైనటువంటి మోక్షాన్ని సంపాదించి పెట్టేటువంటి ఏ వేదాంత దర్శనం ఉందో దాన్ని పరావిద్యలో పెట్టండి. ఏదైతే ఇతరథా ఉపయోగపడుతుందో అవి వీళ్ళు యజ్ఞయాగాది కర్మలకు కానివ్వండి, ఆ సంస్కారాలు ఉన్నాయి 44 చెప్పారు, షోడశ సంస్కారాలు అంటున్నారు, ఏవైనా కానివ్వండి, ఇవి ఏమైనప్పటికీ వాటిలన్నింటికీ ఉపయోగించేటువంటివి ఈ మిగతా వేదాలు, ఆ వేదాంగాలు, ఆ పేర్లని మొత్తం చెప్పుకొచ్చారు. రెండో మండలంలో మీరు చూడొచ్చు. అందుకోసం ఏంటంటే వేదాంత దర్శనం ఏ రకంగా మిగతా వాటి కంటే భిన్నము, ఉత్కృష్టము, ప్రియమినెన్స్ అంటున్నారు. అలా అన్నట్లయితే సాక్షాత్తు మోక్ష సంపాదన అనేటువంటిది దీని ద్వారానే జరుగుతుంది. దీంతో పోల్చి ఎవరైనా కనుక దాని ద్వారా కూడా జరుగుతుంది, దీని ద్వారా కూడా జరుగుతుంది అన్నట్లయితే అక్కడ మనకి ప్రమాణం లేదు. అందుకోసం ఈ వేదాంత దర్శనం అత్యంతం ఉత్కృష్టమైనటువంటిది. ఇతర దర్శనాలను కూడా మనం తప్పనిసరిగా అధ్యయనం చేయాలి. అందులో ఇవి ముందర అర్థం అవడం కోసం, దాని అంతరార్థంగా తాత్పర్యంగా తెలుసుకోవడం కోసం ముఖ్యంగా వ్యాకరణ దర్శనం కూడా బాగా చదువుకోవాలి. నిత్యం వేదాధ్యయనం చేయాలి. చేస్తూ క్రమక్రమంగా మన మనుస్మృతిలో చెప్పినట్టు నిత్య నైమిత్తిక కర్మల చేత పుర్వాణో దురితక్షయం, పాపాలన్నింటినీ కూడా అవట్టుకుంటూ ఆ రకంగా మోక్షాన్ని సంపాదించాలి అని చెప్తూ నేను ఇంతటితోటి విరమిస్తున్నాను. నాకు ఈ సమయం ఇచ్చినందుకు ఈ ఇండికా వారికి ధన్యవాదాలు. అలాగే ఇంతసేపు శ్రద్ధగా విన్నందుకు మీరందరికీ కూడా నా ధన్యవాదాలు. శుభం భూయాత్.
Thank you, Acharya, for such an enlightening session and for highlighting the intricacies of the debate in Brahmasutra and the shedding light on various darshanas and giving a foundation to the entire symposium. Thank you very much for this. Yes, now moving forward, we have the first talk of this symposium. I welcome Professor M.A. Alvarji, who has taken time to present his talk today on the treatment of non-Vedantic darshanas and their role and limitation in pursuit of Brahmavidyā as enunciated in the Sri Bhashya of Sri Ramanujacharya. Before I give the floor to him, just a brief introduction to Alvarji. He is the professor of Ayurveda. He has authored several monographs, articles, and to darshanas. He is a dynamic
Namaste all. Some technical glitch at Nitin's end. Please wait for 1 minute.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, apologies. I had a internet issue. I got disconnected. So I was just introducing Professor Alvarji. So he's the Professor of Nyāya-Shastra at Government Maharajas Sanskrit College. And I was mentioning how he is active in both in the spheres of academic research and in traditional Vidvat Sabhas alike. And he is honored with many recognitions, including Shastra Ratnakara by Ramanjaneya Veda Pathshala, He also holds membership in several professional and academic bodies. He also works for social outreach of Vedic knowledge, especially to children through multimedia publications and web-based programs. His specialization in fields of Navya Nyaya, Prachina Nyaya, Vishishtadvaita Vedanta, manuscriptology, lexicography, and study. A very warm welcome, Vaji.
Thank you very much.
Can you
hear me? Can you all hear me? Hello.
Yes, Alvar Mahadaya. We can hear you.
Vishlumphasvatkireetāṅgadavalayagadakalpaharodjvalāṅgam Shronībhūಷā suvakṣo mణिमकुटभः कुण्डलैर्मण्डिताङ्गम् हस्तोद्यच्छङ्खचक्राम्बुजगदममलं पीतकौशेयवासं विद्योतद्भासमुद्यद्दिनकरसदृशं पद्मसंस्थं नमामि काषायशोभिकमनीयशिखानिवेशं दण्डत्रयोज्ज्वलकरं विमलोपवीतम् उद्यद्दिनेशनिभमुल्लसदूर्ध्वपुण्ड्रं रूपं तमास्तु यतिराजदृशोर्ममाग्रे. First of all, I'd like to convey my deep sense of gratitude to the INDICA Academy for organizing this wonderful webinar, having several stalwarts in the field of philosophy and several allied subjects. I am also very much beholden to Sri Nagaraj Paturi ji, a great visionary scholar who has been leading the endeavors of the INDICA Academy in a very able and accomplished manner. And I also thank Sri Nitin Sridhar ji for inviting me to this forum and asking me to give a talk on the current topic. So the topic given to me is, how have the other darshanas been treated in Sri Bhashya, and what is their role in the pursuit of Brahmavidyā? One very important aspect that we have to note before I go to the topic is that all the darshanas, especially the āstika darshanas, attempt at showing the path to moksha. So, for example, when we see the Vaisheṣika darshana, it is said to deal with physics or ontology. The beginning sutra is as follows: Athato dharmam vyākhyāsyāmah. So one might be surprised, why is the Vaisheṣika darshana talking about dharma? And then next sutra is Yato abhyudaya nishreyasa siddhihi sadharmaha. So that entity by which one attains upliftment, and also by which one attains moksha or salvation, which is known as nishreyasa, that is known as dharma. And then the third sutra is Tadvachana Dhamma Yasya Pramāṇa. Since the Vedas talk about dharma, they are pramāṇa, or they are to be authentic and considered as the most important pramāṇas. And then comes the fourth sutra, where we actually realize the connection between the first sutra and the fourth sutra, which says Dharma Vishesha Prasutat Dravya Guna Karma Samanya Vishesha Samavayana Padarthana Sadharmya Vaidharmyabhyam Tattvajnanat Nishreyasa. So when one understands the reality of the Sadharmya and Vaidharmya, I will not go into that topic, what it means, of the six entities, known as padarthas or categories, as they are loosely translated in English, one will attain salvation. Similarly, when you see the first sutra of the Nyāya-Sutras or Nyāya-Darśana, authored by sage Gautama, it says, pramāṇa prameya samshaya prayojana drishtanta siddhanta vaiva tarka nirnaya vada jalpa vitanda hetva phasachala jati nigrihasthanānām Tatva Vada nishreyasāti gamaha. So the very beginning of the Nyaya Sutra says that when one knows the reality of these 16 aspects, namely pramāṇa, prameya, etc., one will attain salvation. Similarly, when you see the Sāṃkhya-Darśana, of which Sāṃkhya-Karika is the most authentically accepted work, it says, Dukkhatraya abhighatati jigyasa tad abhighatake. So every human being is beset with 3 types of miseries. And therefore, he has to attempt to overcome this misery and attain what is known as Kaivalya. And one need not talk about Yoga Darshana, which is another very important darshana, that is the practical aspect of all the darshanas in a way. And even Mīmāṃṣa darshana, for that matter, talks about eternal happiness, etc., which leads to moksha. They don't talk much about it, but of course they also talk about it. That way, all the 6 āstika darshanas intend to lead the spiritual aspirant to moksha or salvation. So there is no doubt about that. Then the question arises, why is there mutual contradiction among the darshanas? And what does Sri Bhashyam say about it? So the answer is very simple. Actually, there is no contradiction if one sees from the right point of view. Because each darshana has its own domain. And that domain is well respected by the other Shastrakaras or the Sutrakaras. So, for example, Nyāya-Darśana deals with pramāṇas, means of knowledge. Vaiśeṣika darshana deals with prameya, that is ontology. Mīmāṃṣa deals with karma vichara, whereas Brahmamīmāṃṣa deals with Brahma vichara. So, when it comes to pramāṇas, everybody depends on Nyaya Shastra. When it comes to ontology, in several aspects, we respect the Vaisheshika Darshana and accept it. That is why in the Sri Bhashyam, in the last adhikarana, that is known as the Utpatya Sambhava adhikarana, Bhagavad Ramanujacharya very clearly quotes a shloka where he says, Sāṃkhya-Yoga pancharatram Vedaha pashupatam tatha Atma pramāṇānyetāni nahantavyāni. There is a very beautiful statement that is accepted by Ramanujacharya, where he says, Anuktam aviruddham manyato grāhyam. So one system of philosophy cannot deal with all the aspects that need to be dealt with. So there are several aspects mentioned in other systems of philosophy, other streams of knowledge, not only philosophy, we go outside of philosophy also, that deal with other streams of knowledge. And some aspects might be contradictory to our philosophy, our system of philosophy, or our streams of thought. But those that are not contradictory to our system of thought, and have been mentioned in elsewhere, are accepted as they are. So there is no contradicting them or questioning their value or authenticity, etc. And in this shloka, he clearly, which is very clearly delineated by Ramanujacharya, he says, Sāṃkhya-Yoga pancharatram Vedaha pashupatam tatha Atma pramāṇānyetāni nahantavyāni. So it might be Sāṃkhya philosophy. Of course, in Vishishtadvaita philosophy, we accept Sankhya philosophy 90%. So how is the process? How does the process of creation occur? I'll not go into the details once again for paucity of time. We say prakritehe mahane mahataha ahankaraha tasmad ganashcha shodashakaha tasmadapi shodashakat panchabhyah panchabhutani. This is how the Sāṃkhya-Karika explains the process of creation, and we accept it as it is, with a slight modification that where we say Prakriti or primordial nature by itself does not attain transformation. It attains transformation on account of it, of the Supreme Brahman being its indweller. That is the slight modification Vishishtadvaita philosophy does to Sāṃkhya philosophy. Otherwise, we accept it in total. As far as yoga is concerned, we accept the Ashtanga Yoga procedure in total. We never question it. Not only we don't question it, we accept it. But there is a slight, small difference of opinion in the sense, yoga philosophy does not accept Ishvara as the material cause of the universe. Whereas Vishishtadvaita philosophy, in line with the Vedic philosophy, accepts that the Ishvara or Supreme Lord is also the material cause. So he is both the Nimitta Karana and Upadana. But all other aspects of yoga are accepted. Similarly, with regard to Pancharatra, with regard to Pashupata, several aspects mentioned in these. In fact, Pashupata philosophy is Shaiva philosophy. But just because it is Shaiva philosophy, we don't discount several aspects mentioned in Pashupata philosophy. And we need not talk about Vedas itself. Because ours are all the orthodox systems of philosophy are in fact based on the Vedic systems of thought only. Therefore, this shloka is very important. Similarly, when we talk about other darshanas, of course, there are certain differences of opinion, but the fundamental aspects of those darshanas are definitely accepted by us. So in this context, it is pertinent to actually see which aspect of Sri Bhashya or which portion of Sri Bhashya is involved in showing, dealing with the different darshanas. So I'll just share the screen and show you. So this is, most of it is actually common to Advaita philosophy as well as Dvaita philosophy. So when you see the way the Brahmasutras and the Sri Bhashya commentary on Brahmasutras are arranged, you have total of 4 adhyayas. In those 4 adhyayas, you have 2 chapters that is known as Siddhadvika. That means it is already, Siddha means it is ready. We need not do anything. That means the Brahman, which is the root cause of this universe, or we prove in the first 2 chapters that it is the Brahman that is the root cause of the universe. So once we know this Brahman, then what we have to do? We have to engage in the worship or upasana of the Brahman. So that is known as sadhana adhyaya, that is sadhya. Hereafter it has to be done by us. So Sadhyadvika consists of 2 chapters that deals with what has to be achieved hereafter. So in the Siddhadvika, then the Sadhyadvika, the 4th chapter is Phaladhyaya. Chapter deals with all issues concerning the nature and other aspects of the Phala or Moksha. So for those of you who are not familiar with the first 2, the purport of the first 2 chapters, you can just see it here. So the Samanvaya Adhyaya is the chapter that proves that all the Upanishadic passages converge in accepting the Brahman as the sole cause of the universe. And in the next chapter, that is the Avirodha Adhyaya, this chapter proves that there is no contradiction of Vedic or allied texts and other systems of philosophy, which has to be added here, in accepting the Brahman as the sole cause of the universe. And this is also logically correct. because there are two aspects. One is Shruti and another is Tarka. So the Vedas also cannot say something that is totally against logic. Similarly, the logic also cannot prove something that is totally against the Vedas. So logic and the Vedic texts have to go hand in hand always. That is the greatness of the Vedanta philosophy, especially Rāmānujacarya's philosophy. So suppose something is said in the Vedas which is totally against our experience, will we accept it? We will not accept it. Similarly, if there is a logic which goes against the basic tenets of the Vedas, we don't accept that also. So we give equal importance to both of these. Of course, if there is a contradiction with regard to some aspects, we say Vedas gain precedence. That is with regard to a minuscule number of topics. Then in the Sadhanadhyaya and Phaladhyaya, we talk about what is to be done hereafter, that is, how one has to engage in Upasana, what are the issues engaged in Upasana, when a person engages in Upasana. And in the Phaladhyaya, how the Jivatma or the individual soul leaves the body, how he travels. Then what is the procedure of his attaining moksha in the intermediary period, what all happens, how he proceeds through the Archiradi Marga, etc. are all described. And finally, the nature of moksha also is described. So here, the second chapter, which is known as, in the second chapter, we have 4 padas. I am not going to those details once again. There in the second pada, that is known as the Tarka pada, this pada establishes that even purely from the logical point of view, the Sāṃkhya and other systems schools are faulty, and the Vedanta school alone stands the test of logic. So this is the focus of our discussion today. So how are the non-Vedantic schools, that is mainly Sāṃkhya-Yoga, Mīmāṃṣa and the Nyāya and Vaiśeṣika schools, that are the orthodox schools, are āstika darshanas and nāstika darshanas, namely Jaina and Bauddha darshanas, how they are dealt with. So in this context, it is pertinent. So this is what I wanted to share with you, in the sense, one has to understand how the Brahmasutras have been arranged in this manner, and also how each pada has each adhyaya has a particular objective. And in the second chapter, each pada, of course, all the padas of all chapters have a specific role. And here, as you can see in the second pada, this is the Tarka pada, that is where the other systems of philosophy especially come up for discussion in a very focused manner. It is very interesting to note that a great scholar, I think it is M. Hiriyanna or somebody who lived about the earlier century, he has very, very beautifully written an article, The Architectonics of the Brahmasutras. So from that point of view, when we study, we see how systematically the Brahmasutras have been arranged, how each and every topic has been well dealt with in a threadbare and systematic manner, that actually goes, it has actually a very surpassing way of dealing with any particular topic, and the way that informs the methodology, or the methodology that is used here can be used for any subject or any topic under the sun, and it will be a very beautiful manner of presenting things. So in this context, I will include my screen share. So here what happens is, Rāmānujacarya, of course, in line with the Brahmasutras, exposes certain deficiencies in the other darshanas. Though it is accepted by Rāmānujacarya also, as all philosophers who are worth their salt accept, that all the darshanas enable a person to do Brahmavidyā. is very important because, as I said, the Vaisheshika Sutras, they start with the sutra called Athato Dharmam Vyakhyasya and Yato Abhyudaya Nishreyasa Siddhihi Sadharma. And the fourth sutra, which delineates the padarthas or categories, that also says this is to be known for the sake of moksha only. Similarly, when you see the Nyaya Sutras, in the fifth sutra, fifth adhyaya of the Nyaya Sutras, a question is raised. Katham tarhi tattva jnanam. So it was mentioned that one attains moksha or salvation by means of attaining tattva jnana, which is universally accepted. Whether it is Nyaya or Vaisheshika or Sāṃkhya or Yoga or Vedanta. It is universally accepted that one attains moksha purely by means of tattva jnana only. And it is substantiated by several Vedic passages like Tameva viditva atimrityume tamevam vidvan amritaiha bhavati na anyah panthaha vidyate ayanaya. Tameva viditva atimrityume na anyah panthaha vidyate ayanaya. So, in the Nyaya Sutra, the question is raised as to Katham tarhi tattva jnanam. And the answer is very beautifully given. Samadhi vishesha abhyasat aranya nadi guha pulinadishu yoga abhyasopadeshaha tam shishya guru sabrahmacharibhi anasuyupirabhyupeyat. So when you see the Yoga Sutra, Nyaya Sutras, the fifth chapter of the Nyaya Sutras, you feel that you are reading as if it is Yoga Sutras. Similarly, when you read the Brahmasutras in the third chapter, that is the Sadhana Adhyaya, it discusses the process of meditation or dhyana at great length. For example, there is an Adhikarana or chapter, Adhikarana, a portion on how one has to do dhyana or meditation. Whether he should engage in meditation in a sleeping posture, or sitting posture, or standing posture, etc. And the answer given is āsīnas sambhava. One should engage in dhyana while sitting only, or in the sitting posture only. So you can see that all the darshanas have a single-minded or focused goal of attaining moksha only. And they perform different roles which are non-contradictory. Then the question arises, how is it that the other darshanas like Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika, Nyāya, etc. are refuted in the Tarka Pada of the second chapter of Sri Bhashya based on the Brahmasutras? The answer is that they are not refuted per se. Only some portions are refuted because they give a partial view of the subject. So that is why it is very beautiful or important to know what khandana is in Sanskrit. Many a times we say, oh, he has in Sanskrit, idam matam khandayamasa, etc. So what does khandana mean actually? When you see the etymology of the word khandana, it means it is actually based on the root khanda. Khanda means what? A portion or a part. So what does khandana mean? Khandana means khandanam nama apurnatva jnāpana. So khandana really means that you are pointing out that your view is not complete. It's not an incorrect view, but it's a partial view. You are not having the complete picture about what you want to know. So that is why when we talk, when the non-Vedantic darshanas are refuted, it is mentioned that, for example, when you talk about the paramāṇu kāranatava. So when you say that the paramanus or the atoms are the material cause of this world, it has several inconsistencies. Because the Vedas proclaim that Brahman alone is the material cause of this world. Tadatmanagdhyasvayam akuruta. tadaikshata bahusyam prajayeti, etc. There are several passages which mention that the Brahman itself Brahman transformed itself into the form of this world. So, when this is the case, when the Brahman itself is the material cause, how can you say that the paramanus or atoms are the material cause of this world? From that point of view, it is inconsistent. But for a beginner, when you talk about pure logic, yes, in a particular stage, you say, yes, paramanus or the atoms are the material cause of this world. But as you evolve, you realize that there is something beyond the paramanus, which are actually insentient beings. There has to be a sentient material cause that creates this world. This is what we deduce or understand as we progress in the spiritual path. So from that point of view, we say Paramāṇu Karanata Vada, or accepting the theory that the atoms themselves are the material cause of this world, is inconsistent. It's not a complete view. It's not a holistic view. Similarly, while accepting the authenticity of the other systems of philosophy with regard to their domain, when we talk about moksha or the cause of moksha, we have certain differences with the other systems of philosophy. And I have just explained or explicated just one example of Paramāṇu Karanata Vada and why it is refuted by Brahma in the Brahmasutras, and in line with the Brahmasutras, Bhagavad-Rāmānuja also refutes it. So in this way, we can see that in the pursuit of Brahmavidyā, which is the main path to attain moksha, Rāmānuja accepts the authenticity of or pramāṇya of the other darshanas in their domains, with regard to their domains. There is only a difference of opinion when it comes to the nature of moksha and also the cause of moksha and certain other aspects that are associated with it. So in those places, it is proven by the Brahmasutras, and as I said again, once again earlier, in line with the Brahmasutras, Rāmānuja also says these are not complete views. Of course, they are correct as far as a particular stage in which a spiritual aspirant is concerned. So that is why the very beautiful example is given. When you are in second standard or third standard, what is 5 minus 2? 5 minus 2 is 3. That is, the teacher will give an example. I have five chocolates with me. Suppose I give you 2 chocolates. How many chocolates will I have remaining? I will have 3. So this is the example. But suppose the student in the second standard asks the teacher, what is 2 minus 5? So he says it is not possible. He will tell the student, no, it's not possible. You cannot have 2 minus 5. But suppose the student is in 10th standard, he will say 2 minus 5 is minus 3. So then by that time, the number system is, well, the student who is in 10th standard will know the number system, how it is there. Actually the place where you have 0, 1, 2 on this side, on the right side, and minus 1, minus 2, minus 3 on the left side, etc. Then you say 2 minus 5 is minus 3. So it is actually a progression. That is why even Shankaracharya very beautifully says, Ekam Vedanta Vijñānam Svanubhūtya Virajati. And Bhagavad-Rāmānuja very beautifully echoes this view when he says, Vedanta Adhyayenaiva Vyutpattihi Pūryate. So when one gets a complete or holistic view about nature, about the Atman, about the Paramatman, etc., only when he studies Vedanta. So ultimately, the study of Nyāya, Vyakarana, Mīmāṃṣa, etc., everything should culminate in the study of Vedanta. which leads the person to moksha. So with these words, I conclude my talk in English. And as per the instructions of the organizers, I will say a few words in Kannada and then conclude my presentation. INDICA Academy ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತವನ್ನ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಗಳನ್ನ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಹಮ್ಮಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಸೂಕ್ತವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೆಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನ, ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಆಯೋಜಕರನ್ನ ಅವರು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿರೋದು ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಹಳ ಶ್ಲಾಘ್ಯವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ. ಪ್ರಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತಹ ವಿಷಯ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ವೇದಾಂತೇತರ ದರ್ಶನಗಳು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಯಾವ್ದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವೋ ಆ ದರ್ಶನಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಗವದ್ ರಾಮಾನುಜರು ಶ್ರೀಭಾಷ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮವಿದ್ಯೆಯನ್ನ ಅನುಸರಿಸುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ, ಅನುಷ್ಠಿಸುವುದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವುಗಳ ಪಾತ್ರ ಏನು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು. ಈ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, 5-6 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅಥವಾ 5-6 ವರ್ಷ ಹೇಳುವಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯ ಇದೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳಿಯಬೇಕಾದ್ದೇನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತೀಯ ದರ್ಶನಗಳೆಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೂ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಶಬ್ದವನ್ನ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿದಾದ್ರೆ ಐಕಕಂಠ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ 6 ದರ್ಶನಗಳು ಸೇರಿ ಒಂದೇ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೇ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನ ಹೇಳೋದಾದ್ರೆ 6 ದರ್ಶನ ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೇ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದೊಂದು ಭಾಗವನ್ನ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನು ಈ ಸಂಸಾರ ಚಕ್ರವನ್ನ ದಾಟಿ ಮೋಕ್ಷವನ್ನ ಹೊಂದಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಜಗತ್ತಿನ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಏನು, ನಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಏನು, ನಮಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಹೇಗೆ ಉಂಟಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮತ್ತು ನಮಗೂ ಈ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೂ ಇರುವ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಏನು, ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕಾರಣ ಭಾವ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೇನೆ ಅವನ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಪೂರ್ಣವಾದ ಜ್ಞಾನವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಏನು, ಜೀವಾತ್ಮ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಏನು, ಜೀವಾತ್ಮನ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮನನ್ನ ಹೊಂದಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಿಸಬೇಕಾದ ಮಾರ್ಗ ಯಾವುದು, ಈ ವಿಷಯಗಳೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಾಂತ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತಹ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಸೂತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ 2ನೇ ಅಧ್ಯಾಯದ 2ನೇ ಪಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ದರ್ಶನಗಳ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ರಾಮಾನುಜರು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಸೂತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಚರ್ಚಿಸುವಾಗ ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಉಪಾದೇಯವಾದ ಅಂಶ ಇದೆಯೋ ಆ ಉಪಾದೇಯವಾದ ಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಅಂಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಭೇದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಭೇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಕೆಲವು ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ದರ್ಶನಗಳು ಅಪೂರ್ಣವಾದ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿವೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಅಪೂರ್ಣವಾದ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ದರ್ಶನ ಅಪ್ರಮಾಣನ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ತರಹ. ಆರಂಭಾವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹುಡುಗನಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ಹುಡುಗನೇ ಪ್ರಬುದ್ಧನಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರಾಜುಯೇಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಥವಾ ಇದು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವನಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡುವಂತಹ ವಿವರಣೆ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಆರಂಭಾವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಾಧಕನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳುವ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಮವೇ ಬೇರೆ, ಮಧ್ಯಾವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಾಧಕನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳುವ ಕ್ರಮವೇ ಬೇರೆ, ಬಹಳ ಉನ್ನತಾವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಾಧಕನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳುವ ಕ್ರಮವೇ ಬೇರೆ. ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಓಹೋ ಆರಂಭಾವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಮಧ್ಯಾವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಉನ್ನತಾವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಎಂಬುದಾಗಿ ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಪರ್ವಕ್ರಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಹುಡುಗನಿಗೆ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಅಥವಾ 6 ವರ್ಷದವನಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸವನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಕ್ರಮವೇ ಬೇರೆ. 12 ಅಥವಾ 15 ವರ್ಷದ ಹುಡುಗನಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡಿಸುವ ಕ್ರಮ ಬೇರೆ. 20-22 ವರ್ಷದವನಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡುವ ಕ್ರಮವೇ ಬೇರೆ. ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ದರ್ಶನಗಳು ಆಯಾ ಸ್ತರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ಯವಾಗಿವೆ. ಕೆಲವು ದರ್ಶನಗಳ ಅಂಶ ಬೇರೆ ಒಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕಾಣುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಅಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರ್ಣತೆಯನ್ನ ಹೊಂದಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ವೇದಾಂತ ಅಧ್ಯಯನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಆ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಗಳ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಾಂತ ಅಧ್ಯಯನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಸಮಗ್ರವಾದ ಒಂದು ಚಿತ್ರ ಒದಗಿ ಅವನು ಸೂಕ್ತವಾದ ಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಮೋಕ್ಷವನ್ನ ಹೊಂದಿ ಕೃತಕೃತ್ಯನಾಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಇದು ಈ ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ವಿಜ್ಞಾಪನೆಯ ಸಾರಾಂಶವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾದ ವಿಷಯ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಮಯ ಮುಗಿದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾ ಇಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಉಪಸಂಹಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಅಹಂ ವಾರ್ತಾದ್ವಯಂ ಉಕ್ತ್ವಾ ವಿರಮಾಮಿ. ಇಂಡಿಕ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಇತಿ ಇಯಂ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾ ಅತಿ ಸಮೀಚೀನಾನಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಣಿ ಕುರ್ವತಿ. भारतीय संस्कृतेः अस्माकं शास्त्राणाम् अस्माकं सम्प्रदायस्य अस्माकं परम्परायाश्च संरक्षणकार्ये कटिनिबद्धा वर्तते. तस्याः संस्थायाः प्रधानकार्यकर्तारः नागराज पाटूरी महाभागाः, नितिन श्रीधर महाभागाः, अन्ये च गरीयांसः विद्वांसः इमां संस्थां समीचीनमार्गे नयन्तः सन्ति इति महतः प्रमोदस्य स्थानम्. एतेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः अहम् एतादृश अवकाशप्रदानाय साञ्जलिबन्धं कृतज्ञता आविष्करोमि. नमः परमऋषिभ्यो नमः परमऋषिभ्यः.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alvarji, for a very comprehensive yet very concise presentation of the Sri Bhashya's perspective on the non-Vedantic darshanas, their role and their limitation as far as the pursuit of Brahmavidyā is concerned. Thank you very much for your presentation.
It is my pleasure. Thank you very much for the opportunity once again.
Viewers, with this wonderful presentation on Vishishtadvaita, we now move to a presentation from Tatva Vada or Dvaita perspective. We have with us Dr. Arjun SR. Arjun Mahodaya, are you with us? Okay, Namaste. Namaste, Arjun Mahodaya.
Namaste, namaste.
Welcome to the
Namaste.
symposium. Thank you for making time for the symposium. So, Arjun Mahodaya will be speaking on comparative analysis of Tatva Vada and other darshanas on Brahmavidyā. So, just a brief introduction. Dr. Arjun is Assistant Professor at the Department of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences in MAHE, that is Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Bangalore campus. He is basically from Srirangpatna, Karnataka. He studied in Purnaprajna Vidyapita Gurukula in Bangalore for 12 years and has received 2 MA degrees in Sanskrit and Nyāya respectively. He is a gold medalist in MA Nyāya. He completed his PhD under the guidance of renowned computational linguist Professor Amba Kulkarni from Hyderabad Central University. His academic interests in Sanskrit lies in Sanskrit computational linguistics, Indian philosophy, Indian knowledge systems, Sanskrit language and literature, Itihasa and translation studies. He has many publications to his credit and actively working on 3 international projects on different fields like Mahabharata, IKS and language technology. And he is proud to say that he is one of the disciples of Padma Vibhushana Parampujya Shri Visheshwar Tirtha Swamiji of Pejawar Math, Udupi. Again, welcome, Dr. Arjun. You can go ahead with the session.
Yeah. Dhanyawad Nitin Mahodaya. Okay. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Narayanaya Paripurna Gunarnavaya Vishwodaya Sthiti Layon Niyati Pradaya Jnana Pradaya Vibhudhasura Saukya Dukkha Satkaranaya Vitataya Namo Namaste. Abhramam Bhangarhitam Ajadam Vimalam Sada Anandatirtham Bhaje Tapatrayapaham Tapaswadhyaya Shushrusha Krishna Puja Ratam Munim Vishvesham Ishtadam Vande Paribrat Chakravartinam Apadamoli Paryantam Gurunam Akritim Smare Tena Vignaha Pranashyanti Siddhyanti Cha Manoratah. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. I express my sincere pranamas to all the senior scholars who are present here, Acharya Koradaji and many M. Alvarji and many other scholars, even Madhusudan Pennaji also delivered his lecture. So I express my sincere pranamas to all the stalwarts in the field of Indian knowledge system, and also I express my sincere pranamas to all the panelists who are present here, including my very good friend Shivasenaniji, and all the audience also. And I also thank INDICA Academy for giving me this opportunity to share my limited knowledge learned from the many great teachers throughout my journey of Gurukula. Now, let me put forward the Dvaita thoughts on Brahmavidyā or Brahma, mainly from Madhva-bhashya. Later, I will try to do little comparative analysis, as mentioned in the title, with other darshanas based on how the time permits. Okay, so Dvaita, also known as Tatva Vada, is one of the prominent darshanas among many great darshanas which we are familiar with. For the benefit of people who are not familiar with the Madhva's Dvaita philosophy, or who are listening to this particular darshana for the first time, for their benefit, I'm reciting one particular verse which will give an idea about whole Madhva darshana. Shriman Madhvamate Hari Parataraha Satyam Jagat Tattvataha Bhedo Jivaganaha Harehe Anucharaha Nichocha Bhavam Gataha Muktihi Naija Sukhanubhuti Ramala Bhaktischa Tatsadhanam Hyakshadit Tritayam Pramāṇam Nyāya Vedyo Harihi. I can explain this, but maybe at a different occasion. Now, let us focus more on the topic which is selected by, which is chosen for today's discussion. We all know this Madhva Parampara, Dvaita Shastra, is started by Acharya Madhva, by his unique thoughts. And the Parampara is continued by renowned Acharyas like Jayatirtharu or Vyasarajaru, Raghavendra Swamigalu, even Vadirajaru, and many other great scholars have contributed to this particular tradition. And one thing I also bring to all your notice, that Dvaita Darshana, commonly translated as or loosely translated as realism by many people, which is not, I mean, we can't limit to that, because translation of such terms must not be done from a particular point of view, or in a general manner, because let it be called as Dvaita or Tatva Vada. Tatva Vada is the name given by the Acharya Madhva himself. So that terms must be used as it is. The translation always, takes away the original in-depth concept which is inherited in that. Anyway, let me get to the point. What is Brahmavidyā? Brahmavidyā, as mentioned in the Mundaka Upanishad, Ve Vidye Veditavye, Para Aparacheti, and so on. So in that, the Paravidya is what Brahmavidyā explained in Acharya Madhva's philosophy. Or to put it in a different way, Akshara Prapti is what Brahmavidyā according to Madhvacharya. What is Akshara? Akshara means whichever doesn't have a Kshara, Nasha, is what Akshara, which means Parabrahma, which means Moksha Prapti. Aparavidya is what the Chaturdaśa Vidyastanas, which includes the Rigveda, Yajurveda, all four Vedas, and Vedangas and Upangas as well. So all these Aparavidyas are considered very important to get the Paravidya, which is Brahmavidyā. So, okay, to Brahmavidyā, there are two words. What is Brahma? What is Vidya? If we know, as explained by Acharya Madhva, if we know the Brahma, as explained by Madhvacharya, is what Brahmavidyā. It is the way, it is the we can get the moksha by knowing about the Brahman. What is Brahma? Now, is it talking about Brahma? The word Brahma is not referring to the Chaturmukha Brahma. Why? I will come to that at a later stage. Brahma is defined in a very beautiful manner in Acharya Madhva's philosophy. The Brahma is Jnana Anandadi Guna Paripurna, and he is Sarvadosha Vivarjita. And I mean, it explained in many different ways. This particular explanation is given in the first Mangalacharana shloka of Brahmasutra Bhashya of Madhvacharya. Narayanam gunai sarvaihi udirnam dosha varchitam jnayam gamyam gurum shapinatva sutrartha uchyate is what the Mangala shloka of Madhvacharya. In that, he says, Narayanam gunaihi sarvaihi, sarva gunaihi paripurnam, udirnam, Narayanam evam sarva dosha vivarjitam. He doesn't have any kind of dosha attached to him, like how we are attached to it. Anyway, so such Brahma has to be understood. We have to do the upasana of such Brahma. The Brahma is not referred to Chaturmukha Brahma. It is referred to Vishnu, Narayana. How? That's what Acharya Madhva continues by explaining in his Bhashya. Brahma ṣaḍdarśanas Vishnaveva. I mean, if I take up the commentary of the commentary or the tika and tippani of the Bhashya, the elaboration, the details are much more in that. I'm not going into that. I'm just referring to the Bhashya and discussing with you all. So, Brahma ṣaḍdarśanas Vishnaveva. In Vishnu only, the Brahma, the word Brahma can be referred to. Okay, Acharya Madhva said. So, if Acharya Madhva says, we have to agree it. Is it so? No. He himself quotes from different sources why the Brahma Shabda is referred to Vishnu. Madhva quotes many references from Mahanarayana Upanishad, which goes like this. Yamantas samudre kavayo vayanti tadakshare parame prajaha yata prasuta jagata prasuti toyena jivan vyasarcha bhumyam. And also he adds tadevartham tadu satyam ahus tadeva brahma paramam kavinam, and so on and so forth. He quotes the Mahanarayana Upanishad, he quotes the Rig Samhita, he quotes the Bhallaveya Shruti, he quotes Skanda Purana, and he also quotes Harivamsha to strongly highlight the meaning of the word Brahma refers to Vishnu only. And if we are interested in moksha, we have to do the upasana of Vishnu. So this reference system is completely amazing. Whenever Acharya Madhva says something, he will be ready with one or the other quote from, like it can be from, he always refers to different texts from Vedas to Puranas to Bhagavata to support his view, whatever he is proposing. So, and also to know Parabrahma is the way, the main path to attain the Brahmavidyā. Brahma has to be known as separated from the Jivatma and also from Jada Prakriti. So the concept of Pancha Veda plays an important role here. There are 5 types of Vedas which are presented in Acharya Madhva's philosophy, which is Jiva Veda, Jiva Jada Veda, Jada Jada Veda, Paramatma and Jiva Veda, and Paramatma and Jada Veda. So these 5 Vedas are very important. We have to know, of course, he only created this whole world, but it evolved, the world evolved from him by his, just by a thought, all these Srishti Kriya happened. This is how the, Srishti Kriya is explained in different texts, but he himself transformed in, it also seems like he himself transformed into this world. But no, there is a complete different difference between the Jada Prakriti and Paramatma, where he is in the Jada Prakriti giving, I mean, he is the power which making this world run on its own. So he is the Prerana Shakti. He's giving all the power to that particular Jada to work on its own. That's how he is. He has the control over the Jada Prakriti. And also there is a clear distinction between Paramatma and Jiva. The Acharya Madhva interestingly explains the Acharya Madhva's unique thought is the Bimba Pratibimba Bhava. It is what explained by Acharya Madhva, and the same concept is explained in Adhisthana Aropya Bhava in Advaita Vedanta and Sharira Shariri Bhava in Vishishtadvaita, if I'm not wrong. So Bimba Pratibimba Bhava, Bimba Pratibimba relation between Paramatma and Jiva is very important in Madhva's tradition. In the process of understanding Brahman, which is Vishnu, which is Paramatma, this Bheda between Jiva and Brahma is also very important. So Bimba and Pratibimba, it is like original and the reflection, original and the shadow. So both are very well connected. Both are similar in many ways, but there is a clear distinction between them. So I can, if time permits, I can explain that in at a later time. But so this 5 types of Vedas, even among the Jivas also, there is a particular difference. So, but there is one famous Shruti, which is Mahavakya, which is Tattvamasi. So Tat Tvam Asi, that you are. Which means Paramatma and you are equal. So it seems there is a contradiction for this Bheda Vakya, right? What the Bheda concept which is proposed by Acharya Madhva. But the interpretation of that Mahavakya is done in a little different way, which is Tadvat Tvamasi. You are like him, which means the Swarupa of Jiva, Swarupa of Paramatma, both are same. Jnana Anandadi Swarupa is the Swarupa of Jiva also. But because of the avidya, he is unknown. The Jiva is unknown about the particular Swarupa. And there is a limitation to each and every Jiva. Like the famous example given by my teachers are like water is the Jnana Anandadi. And if we pour a water in a glass, it will be of that quantity. If we pour it in a big vessel, that will be of that quantity. In the case of Paramatma, that is countless. It's infinite. Okay. So this tumbler and the big vessel can be the difference between different Jivatmas. This is how the concept, this Jiva Swarupa, the Bheda concept is explained. And this is also very important to get the Brahmavidyā, which is highlighted by Acharya Madhva. Okay. Now, how to attain this Brahma? Acharya Madhva highlights in his Bhashya is Shravanam Mananam Chaiva Dhyanam Bhaktis Tathaiva Cha Sadhanam Jnana Sampattau Pradhanam Nanya Dishyate. He give, and this is not, it is in Brahmasutra Bhashya of Acharya Madhva as part of his words, but he says iti naradiye. In Naradiya, Narada Purana, or maybe there is a particular text, I think it's Narada Purana only. So he he is quoting the Purana Vakya to say how to attain the Jnana Sampatti. Sadhanam Jnana Sampatto Pradhanam na anyadishyate. Shravanam, Mananam, Dhyanam, Bhakti. So bhakti is given very important role. Even Shravanam, Mananam is interpreted in many different ways. Like how we are supposed to do the Karma Marga is also important. Dhyana Marga is also important. All these margas, different yogas, upayas are given importance. In Acharya Madhva's tradition, we can see the concept of Vishesha, Sakshi are notable intellectual insights we can see in by Acharya Madhva on these concepts, and also pramāṇa, the means of knowledge. What if I can translate it into English? The pramāṇa is also very essential to get the Brahmavidyā. So in that, Pratyaksha, Anumana, and Agama are the three pramāṇas accepted by the Dvaita tradition. In that, Agama pramāṇa is very most prominent one, and Shruti, the Vedas are the plays an important role, and Shruti Apaurushayatva, the Apaurushayatva concept associated with the Shruti is highly discussed in Acharya's tradition. So, knowing such Brahman, who is Sakala Guna Parimpurna, Sakala Dosha Vivarjita, and there is a Bheda between Jada Prakriti and Jiva, the many other Jivas, all these, such Brahman is, we must do the Upasana of such Brahman to attain the moksha. This is the path, the moksha. To get the Brahmavidyā, we have to know Brahman in this kind of, in this particular way. So now let us look into other darshanas. It is briefly discussed in Shastra Yunitwadhikarana while it is defining what is Shastra by Acharya Madhva. He quotes the Skanda Purana again, Rugyajus Samatharvascha Bharatam Pancharatrakam Mula Ramayanam Chaiva Shastramithyabhidiyate Yachanukulam Etasya Tacha Shastram Prakirtitam Atonyo Grantha Vistaru Naiva Shastram Kuvartma Tat. He says whatever is the Rug, Yaju, Sama, Atharva, Bharata means Mahabharata, Pancharatra, and Mula Ramayana. These are the texts which can be considered as Shastra. Okay. What is the definition of Shastra and all? It is nicely discussed in the Tikas. And Yachanukula Metasya, whichever supports the thoughts presented in these texts. Okay, it is not, our one lifetime is not enough to understand these Aparavidya only, what Rigyaja, Samatharva and other texts are. So, whichever supports this particular Shastra can also be considered as Shastra, is what Atonyo Grantha Vistaro. If it goes beyond or against this particular thoughts presented by these texts, that cannot be called as Shastra. Kuvartma Tat, that is Kuvartma, the wrong path it is. Sāṃkhya-Yoga Pashupatam Vedaranyakamevacha. He also adds some more like Sāṃkhya-Yoga Pashupata, which are not added in the Skanda Purana. He adds it, Sāṃkhya-Yoga Pashupata Vedaranyaka. These are also can be considered as pramāṇa, shastras, where we can attain the Brahmajnana. Okay, so let me go darshana by darshana. Purva Mīmāṃṣa and Dvaita. If we take Purva Mīmāṃṣa as one of the darshanas, Karma Marga of Mīmāṃṣa is highly, it's a strong way, strong marga by Mīmāṃsakas, which is practiced by Mīmāṃsakas. It is that this particular Karma Marga is highly appreciated by Acharya Madhva in his works. One of his works, he quotes Kuru Bhungshva Nijam Niyatam Haripada Vinamra Dhiya Satatam and so on and so forth. But we must go beyond that karma to get Brahmavidyā, is what Acharya Madhva says. It is one of the steps towards attaining Brahmavidyā, not the only path, is what Madhvacharya highlights. So the connection between karma and jnana is also very well defined in his Gita Bhashya. It is very interesting to read. And when it comes to Nyaya and Dvaita, Nyaya Shastra, in Udayana's Nyaya Kusumanjali, there is one shloka, Sapekshatvat Anaditvat Vaichitryat Vidvavruttitah Pratyatmaniyamat Bhuktehe Asti Heturalaukikaha. So he, Udayanacharya, thinks we must accept the existence of Ishvara because of these reasons. He says, and okay, the Ishvara is accepted by Nyaya Darshana, but not in the way how it is defined by Vedantins. So it is, of course, Padartha, the knowledge of Padartha is what important for the Nyayikas, even for the Vaisheshikas. But as part of these many Padarthas, Paramatma is one among them. So, and also it is not, Paramatma is not given the most important status or place in Nyaya Shastra, how he is portrayed in Vedantic tradition, particularly in Madhva Bhashya. So in that way, yes, they agree that it is accepting the Paramatma. In that way, there is a, Samya between Nyaya and Dvaita, but of course, it is not defined in the way which is defined by the Vedantins, by the Dvaitins. That's why there is a difference with Nyaya in many other ways also. And Nyaya philosophers doesn't, they doesn't agree tamas as a separate dravya, but in Dvaita philosophy they agree tamas as a separate entity which is very real in many different Madhvacharya quotes many different occasions where tamas is proven as a real entity. So anyway, so let's get into the Sāṃkhya and Dvaita. Sāṃkhya gives importance to Prakriti, as we all know, and Purusha is not defined in the Madhva's way. That is also there. And also the Prakriti Tattva is and Purusha is when Purusha and Prakriti is merged, then this whole world runs. Many other thoughts are not agreed by Acharya Madhva in the way it is said. Even the Nirishvara Sāṃkhya philosophy is criticized in a beautiful manner in Bhashya text. So in this way, Acharya Madhva tries to put forward, he always gives importance to the Brahma, which is Vishnu, and his Sarvaguna Paripurnatva and Sarvadosha Vivarjitatva. This is what highlighted throughout the Bhashya. So I think I will stop here, and I have to once again, I congratulate INDICA Academy for its continuous commitment towards organizing such events, which is very helpful for the common people and young scholars as well. Special thanks to Nitin Mohodaya and all the technical team as well. So let me briefly discuss these concepts which I just presented in English language in my mother tongue as part of the introduction of mother tongue in the academic discussions. Actually, I claim my mother tongues as Tulu, Kannada, and Sanskrit, but let me continue with Tulu today. Maatarigla Odal Dinjina Solmelu. ಬ್ರಹ್ಮವಿದ್ಯೆ ಪಂಪುಣ ಜಾದು ಪಣ್ ಅವು ಬೇತೆ ದರ್ಶನ ಅಂತೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಮಧ್ವೇರು ನಮ್ಮ ತೌಳವೇರ ಆತಿಪುಣ ಮಧ್ವಾಚಾರ್ಯರನ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಆ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂಟು ಜಾದು ಉಂಡು ಪಂಪುಣೇನು ಇನಿ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಲ್ತೋನಿತ್ತು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮವಿದ್ಯೆ ಪಂಡ ಐಟ್ ಎರಡು ವಿಷಯ ಉಂಡು ಒಂಜಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮನ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಆ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಪಂಪುಣನೆ ಎರಡು ವಿಧ ಪರಾವಿದ್ಯಾ ಅಪರಾವಿದ್ಯಾ ಅಂತ ಐಟ್ ಪರಾವಿದ್ಯಾ ಪಂಡನೆ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮವಿದ್ಯೆ ಅಪರಾವಿದ್ಯಾ ಪಂಡ ಆ ಪರಾವಿದ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಲ್ಪರೆಗ್ ಬೋಡಾಯಿಂಚಿನ ಒಂಜಿ ಜಾದ ರುಗ್ಯಜು ಸಾಮಾಥರ್ವ ವೇದಂಕ್ಲು ಬೆತ್ತು ಐಕ್ ಬೋಡಾತಿನ ವೇದಾಂಗಂಕ್ಲು ಆಜಿ ವೇದಾಂಗ ಉಂಡು ಶಿಕ್ಷಾ ವ್ಯಾಕರಣ ಛಂದಸ್ ನಿರುಕ್ತ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಷ ಕಲ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ ಈ ಅಂಚನೆ ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ ಧನುರ್ವೇದ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಉಪಾಂಗಂಕ್ಲು ಉಂಡು ಇಂಚ ಒಂಜಿ 14 ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ಅಥವಾ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಪುರಾಣ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಮಂತಲ ಸೇರ್ತ್ ಐಟ್ ಜಾದೋ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮನ್ ಪಂಡ ವಿಷ್ಣು ದೇವರೇನು ಎಂಚ ಉಪಾಸನೆ ಮಲ್ಪೊಡು ಎಂಚ ಆಯನ ತೆರೆಯುನೋಡು ಪಣ್ಪುನೇನು ಜಾದ ಪಣ್ತೆರ ಅವೇನೆ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮವಿದ್ಯೆ ಎಂದು ಪನ್ನೋಡು ಇತ್ತೆ ಮುಲ್ಪ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಶಬ್ದಂಗ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಅಂದು ಪುದಾರ ನಮಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಪಣ್ಣಿಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಚತುರ್ಮುಖ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮನ ನೆನಪಾಪುಂಡು ಅವು ವಿಷ್ಣುವೇನ ಅಥವಾ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮದೇವರನ ಉಪಾಸನೆ ಮಲ್ಪುನ್ನ ಅವು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಶಬ್ದ ಬಣ್ಣಗ ಅವು ವಿಷ್ಣುನೇ ಪನ್ಪುನು ಅವು ಏನು ಮಧ್ವೇರು ತಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷ್ಯಡ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆತು ಪಣ್ತೇರು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಶಬ್ದಶ್ಚ ವಿಷ್ಣಾವೇವ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಶಬ್ದ ಪಣ್ಣಗ ವಿಷ್ಣುನೇ ಪಣೊಂದುಂಡು ಆಯ್ ಅಂಚಿನ ವಿಷ್ಣು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಆನಂದಾದಿ ಗುಣಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣನಾತುಲ್ಲೆ ಅಂಚನೆ ಸರ್ವ ದೋಷ ವಿವರ್ಜಿತ ವಾ ದೋಷಲಾಯಡ ಇಜ್ಜಿ ಮಾತ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಆನಂದಾದಿ ಗುಣಂಕ್ಲು ಜಾದೊಂಡ ಅವೆನ್ನು ಜಿಂಜುತ ಆಯಡ ಉಂಡು ಇಂಚಿತ್ನ ಸ್ವರೂಪಂಟೆ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮನ್ ಪಂಡ ವಿಷ್ಣುನಿ ನಮ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಲ್ಪೊಡು ಉನ್ನೇನೆ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಮಧ್ವೇರು ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಪಂಡ ಬಾಲವೇ ಶ್ರುತಿ ಆವಡು ಮಹಾನಾರಾಯಣ ಉಪನಿಷತ್ ಆವಡು ಬಂತ ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ಉಪನಿಷತ್ತು ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳು ಪುರಾಣ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳನ್ನು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಳ್ತು ಅವೆನು ಪೂರ್ವ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಶಬ್ದ ಪಣ್ಣಾಗ ವಿಷ್ಣುವೇ ಬೆಟ್ಟು ವಿಷ್ಣುವಿನ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಇಂಚ ಉಂಡು ಪಣ್ಪುಣೇನು ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಮಧ್ವೇರು ಪೊರ್ಲುಡವೆನು ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಅಂತದೇರು ಬೆತ್ತು ಪಂಚ ವಿಧವಾತ್ನ ಭೇದ ವಿಷಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾತ್ನ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿಯೋನೋಡು ಅಂದಾಂಡ ಈ ಪಂಚವೇದ ವಿಚಾರಲ್ಲ ತಿಳಿಯೋನೋಡು ಬೆತ್ತು ಶ್ರವಣ ಮನನ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಭಕ್ತಿ ಇಂಚ ಪ್ರಧಾನವಾತಿ ಈ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಲ್ಪೊಡು ಪಣ್ಣಾಗ ಎಂಕ್ಲೆಗ್ ಶ್ರವಣ ಮನನ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಭಕ್ತಿಯೇ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾತ್ನ ಮಾರ್ಗ ಅಂತ ಆಚಾರ್ಯ ಮಧ್ವೇರು ಪನ್ಪೇರು ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಂಕ್ಲೆನೊಟ್ಟುಗು ಪುನಃ ಸಾಮ್ಯ ಜಾದೋ ವೈಷಮ್ಯ ಜಾದೋ ಪನ್ಪುನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಕ್ಲು ಮಸ್ತ್ ಪೊರ್ಲುಡು ಅವೇನು ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಮಲ್ತದೇರು ಬೇತೆ ಬೇತೆ ಪೂರ್ವಪಕ್ಷವಾದ ದೆತೊಂದು ಅವೇನು ಪೊರ್ಲುಡು ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಮಲ್ತದ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಐತೋ ಐಟಿಪ್ಪುನ ದೋಷಂಕ್ಲು ಜಾದೋ ಪಂಟ್ ತೆರಿಯೋ ಅವೇನು ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆತ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಲ್ತದ ತಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ ಜಾದು ಅನ್ಪನೇನು ಭಾಷ್ಯಂಟ ತೆರಿಪೋತೇರು ಜೊತೆಗ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಆ ಭಾಷ್ಯಂತ ಮಿತ್ತಿ ಪುನಃ ಟೀಕೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪಣಿಗಳು ಪುರ ತೂರೆಕೊಂಡ ಮಸ್ತು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾತು ಮಸ್ತು ಎಂಕ್ಲೆಗ್ ತೆರಿಯುಂಡ ಉಂಡು ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದಟ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮೈ ಸೈಡ್ ಸರ್ವೇ ಭವಂತು ಸುಖಿನಃ ಸರ್ವೇ ಸಂತು ನಿರಾಮಯಾಃ ಸರ್ವೇ ಭದ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಶ್ಯಂತು ಮಾ ಕಶ್ಚಿತ್ ದುಃಖ ಭಾಗ್ ಭವೇತ್ ಓಂ ಶಾಂತಿ 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 ಹರಿ ಓಂ.
Thank you, Dr. Arjun Mahadaya, for a very concise presentation of the Tatva Vada philosophy of understanding Brahmavidyā and how it differs from other darshanas. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Viewers, now moving on, we have our next speaker, Sri Venkataraghavan-ji, who is joining us all the way from UK. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining. And he'll be speaking on the topic Brahmavidyā and non-Vedantic darshanas, a perspective from Shankaracharya's Brahmasutra Bhashya. Just a brief introduction to the speaker. Venkat Raghavan-ji is a keen student of Advaita Vedanta Having studied the Prasthanatraya from Swami Paramarthananda and Advaita Siddhi with its commentary Laghu Chandrika from Mahamahopadhyaya Manidravit Shastragal, he is currently translating the Advaita Siddhi into relatively simple English on his website advaitasiddhi.com. On the professional front, he is the founder of ARC, an energy technology business in London that has developed a cleaner form of energy and was sold to NASDAQ, a listed company, in 2023. A former investment banker and a finance professional by training, he studied computer engineering at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, followed by an MBA from IIM Bangalore. Again, a very warm welcome, Venkat Raghavanji. Please go ahead, start the session.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavat Yapta Dehaya Dakshina Murtaye Namaha Shankaram Shankaracharyam Keshavam Badarayanam Sutra Bhashya Kritau Vande Bhagavantau Punah Punaha Sadatmadhyana Naratam Vishayebhyaf Parangmukham Naumi Shastri Nishnatam Chandrasekhara Bharati Vivekinam Mahapragyam Dhairya Kshamanidhim Sadabhinava Purvam Tam Vidyatirtha Gurum Bhaje Bharati Karunapatram Bharati Padabhushanam Bharati Padamarudham Bharati Tirthamashraye Vidya Vinaya Sampannam Vitaragam Vivekinam Vande Vedanta Tattvagyam Vidushekara Bharatim Sharada Sharadam Bhoja Vadana Vadanam Buje Sarvada Sarvadasmakam Sannidhim Kriyat. Namaste to everyone, and I thank INDICA Academy for conducting such programs, for bringing the ancient wisdom that is embedded within, since time immemorial, within our darshanas to the modern audience, and to give speakers such as us the opportunity to convey what we have learned, what little that we have learned, and share that with the world, so that we can learn further from this interaction. So I think you're doing fantastic work, and I thank you very much, and I wish you well, and I'm happy to support you in any which way going forward. And especially Nitin Sridhar Mahodayaji, I have always admired your work and your and the books that you have written that I think have a far-reaching consequence. So especially with Indian jurisprudence, I think your contribution through your work has been really exemplary. So it's a lesson to all of us. Thank you. So the topic that's been given to me is to present a bird's eye view of the 6 systems of philosophy, the āstika darshanas of ancient Indian philosophy, in the context of Badarayana-acharya's Brahmasutra and its bhashya by Bhagavan Shankaracharya. Now, as many may know, the Indian systems of philosophy have broadly been divided into 2 categories, the āstika darshanani and the nāstika darshanani. Āstika and nāstika, the words in a modern context have taken on the meaning of theistic and atheistic philosophies. But in the ancient Indian educational context, the darshana system, the āstika and the nāstika philosophies primarily deal with the acceptance or the non-acceptance of the Apaurushaya Veda as a pramāṇa. The āstika darshanas, broadly speaking, accept the pramāṇya of the Vedas. And there are 6 of them. And we will talk about what 6 they are and how they are dealt with in the Brahmasutra and its commentary by Shankaracharya. But there are also 6 nāstika darshanas, which are, I mean, there are more than 6 nāstika darshanas, but primarily there are 6 that are considered, which do not accept the pramāṇya or the validity of the Vedas. And the 6 nāstika darshanas are the Charvaka system, the Jaina system, the 4 forms of Buddhism, 2 of which are Hinayana and 2 which are Mahayana, the Hinayana systems being Sautrantika and the Vaibhashika, and the Mahayana systems being the Vijnana Vada and the Madhyamika. So these systems of philosophy do not accept the pramāṇa of the Vedas, and these systems of philosophy are refuted in the Brahmasutra as well. But I think the focus of this topic, however, is going to be on the āstika darshanani, those systems of philosophy which accept the pramāṇa of the Vedas, and in what element does the Sutrakara differ from these systems of philosophy. So these 6 āstika darshanas are Sāṃkhya, Yoga, Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika, Mīmāṃṣa, and the Mīmāṃṣa. So all of these are founded by extraordinary stalwarts like Maharishis. So the Sāṃkhya system is essentially from time immemorial, but the Sutrakara of the Sāṃkhya system is the Kapila Rishi. The founding philosopher and the Sutrakara of the yoga system is Patanjali Rishi. When I say founding philosopher, I do not mean the person who invented yoga, because for someone to write a sutra about yoga, the system would have had to exist for many years. And so for it to be condensed in a sutra form, at the time of Patanjali Rishi itself, this was an established system of philosophy. What the Sutrakara of the yoga system has done is merely to encapsulate it. And this is true for each of the ṣaḍdarśanas. And then for the Nyaya system, the Sutrakara is Gautama Rishi, Gautama Akshapada Rishi. The Vaiśeṣika system is the Kanada Rishi. The Sutrakara of the Mīmāṃṣa is Bhagavan Jaimini. And the Sutrakara of Vedanta is Badarayāṇacharya, also Bhagavan Vedavyasa. So if we look at these 6 systems of philosophy, broadly speaking, these 6 are grouped into 3 pairs of 2. So the Sāṃkhya and the Yoga system are invariably grouped into one pair. The Nyaya and the Vaiśeṣika systems are also grouped into one pair. And the Purva and the Uttara Mīmāṃṣa systems are also grouped into one pair. If we look at the Sāṃkhya Darshana, it is primarily a darshana which divides the universe into 2 categories. Pradhana, which is the inert cause for the universe, and Purusha, which is the consciousness principle. Now, the philosophy of creation in Sāṃkhya is one of evolution, where the Pradhana, which is or also called Prakriti, Mula Prakriti. Prakriti means cause in Sāṃkhya. Vikriti means effect. Prakriti Vikriti means which is both a cause and an effect. So in the Sāṃkhya Darshana, there is one Mula Prakriti, which is Pradhana, and then there are Prakriti Vikritis and Vikritis. That is, those which are both causes and effects, and those which are only effects. So if we look at the evolution or creation in Sāṃkhya, it is one of evolution. I wouldn't say it is exactly the same as modern evolutionary theory, because the focus is somewhat different, but the basic principles are same in the sense that Mula Prakriti undergoes parinama or transformation into its evolutes. So Prakriti becomes Mahat, Mahat becomes Ahankara, Ahankara becomes the Manas, the Pancha Jnanindriya, Pancha Karmendriya. It also becomes the Pancha Tanmatras and the Pancha Mahabhutas. So the 5 Jnanindriya, 5 Karmendriya, 5 Tanmatras, subtle elements, and the 5 Pancha Mahabhutas, gross elements. So that's 20. And then you have Prakriti, Mahat, Ahankara, and Manas. So 24. So there are 24 inert tattvas, achetana tattvas, and 1 chetana tattva, Purusha. And essentially Sāṃkhya says that the Mula Prakriti undergoes its a transformation into the world in order to serve the Purusha, the consciousness principle. The Purusha in Sāṃkhya is not a karta, he's a bhokta only. He is not a doer, he is an experiencer. The Prakriti modifies itself for the benefit, for the bhoga of the Purusha. And moksha in Sāṃkhya is essentially through the knowledge of distinguishing between the Purusha and the Prakriti. So this Viveka between the Chetana, Achetana is the means for moksha in Sankhya philosophy. This philosophy is criticized as the Pradhanamalla. There is this in ancient India. If we had to defeat a series of opponents across different darshanas, the technique that is used is very similar to modern day wrestling or boxing or whatever you want to call it. So instead of defeating every single opponent, what the proponent of his philosophy would do is he would choose that opponent who is the strongest. And the strongest opponent to Vedanta during the Sutrakara's time is the Sāṃkhya philosopher, because the Sāṃkhya system of philosophy is the closest to Vedanta in several respects. So, for example, as Shankaracharya says in his Bhashya, Vaidikasya darshanasya pratyasannatvat pradhanamalla nibarhana nyāyena. So because the Vedika darshana, the closest to it is Sāṃkhya, the philosopher, the Sutrakara, Badarayana uses Sāṃkhya as the Pradhanamalla, as the most prominent opponent, and by defeating that opponent, all the other systems of philosophy are refuted, and we will look at what the similarities and what the differences are between Sāṃkhya and Vedanta. So both Sāṃkhya and Vedanta accept that the universe consists of Chetana and Achetana. So the Pradhana, which is essentially the Mula Prakriti, is Achetana, which is acceptable to Vedanta also. That there is a Purusha who is Chetana is also accepted to Vedanta. The theory of evolution, specifically Ṣaḍdarśana Vada. So essentially Ṣaḍdarśana Vada means how the cause gives rise to the effect. And there are two opposing views here. The Ṣaḍdarśana Vada, which is espoused by Sāṃkhya-Yoga and Vedanta, and the Asadkarya Vada, which is espoused by the Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika philosophies. So the Ṣaḍdarśana Vada essentially means that the effect is pre-existent in the cause as the cause, in the form of the cause. So when a lump of clay is converted or made into a pot, that pot it's not a pot that comes into existence after the clay has been transformed. Rather, the pot was pre-existing in the clay itself. And the role of the potter is not to create a pot, but rather to give the pre-existent pot, which was present in a subtle form in the clay, is to give it a form. So the existence of the karya in the karana is Ṣaḍdarśana Vada, and both Sāṃkhya and Vedanta agree with Ṣaḍdarśana Vada. So where are the differences? So the differences are primarily in what Sāṃkhya attributes to be the cause of the universe and what Vedanta attributes to be the cause of the universe. So in Sāṃkhya philosophy, the cause of the universe is the Pradhana. And it is a cause in a swatantra fashion, meaning it's independently creating the universe for the benefit of the Purusha. That is something which is not acceptable to Vedanta. And the Sutrakara, across several adhikaranas or chapters in the Brahmasutra, refutes this philosophy. So according to Vedanta, the creation of the universe is by a Sarvagya, omniscient, Sarvashaktiman, omnipotent Ishvara, who is Nitya, Shuddha, Buddha, Mukta Swabhava. Is Nitya meaning eternal, Shuddha meaning pure, Buddha meaning who is omniscient, he knows everything all the time, and Mukta, eternally free. And the basis for the refutation of this aspect, that the Pradhana is an independent creator of the universe, occurs across multiple adhikaranas in the Brahmasutra. So if you look at the very first instance where the Sāṃkhya philosophy is refuted, it occurs in the Ikshat Adhikaranam, which is essentially the fifth Adhikaranam of the Brahmasutra. And the sutra there is Ikshater na ashabdam. So essentially, what the Sutrakara is arguing there is that the pradhana which has been postulated by the Kapilas, the followers of Sāṃkhya philosophy, cannot be the cause of the universe, because it is ashabdam. The pradhana is not mentioned anywhere in the sutras. In fact, on the opposite is mentioned, which is the Shruti, not the sutra. The Shruti says that the creation of the universe was always preceded by the creator visualizing what that universe is. Ikshatihi. Ikshatihi means seeing. So the person who sees must necessarily be a conscious entity. So for example, if you look at the Chandogya Upanishad, you have Tadikshata Bahusyam Prajayeti Tat Tejo Asrajata. Then Atma va idamekra agra asit Nanyat Kinchana Mishate Sa Ikshata Lokan Srija Sa Iman Lokan Asrajata. Then Sa Ishan Chakre Sa Pranam Asrajata, etc. So in each of these instances of the Shruti, you have a situation where the Shruti is talking about the creation of the universe being preceded by the creator visualizing. And the visualization is only possible by an entity which is conscious. And therefore, the pradhana, which is mentioned by the Sāṃkhya philosopher, cannot be the creation of the creator of the universe, because the pradhana, being inert, is not capable of visualizing that creation. And then there are several other reasons for the refutation of this philosophy. But primarily, the focus of that refutation centers around the pradhana as an independent, inert cause cannot be the cause of creation. Now, according to Vedanta, Vedanta also accepts that Maya plays a role in creation. So Ishvara consists of the Chaitanya and Maya. So he's a Saguna Brahma, according to Advaita Vedanta. Saguna meaning he's endowed with the Maya Shakti. Mayam to Prakritim Vidyat, Mayunam to Maheshwaram. As the Shvetashvatara Upanishad says, the Ishvara creates, Maheshwara creates the universe with he's a Mayi, he's the wielder of Maya, and he creates this universe through the power of Maya, which is subservient to him. Now, the creation by Maya is accepted, but not as an independent entity, but as an entity that is controlled by Ishvara. So that is one aspect in which we differ, and that's the first basis of the refutation in the sutras. The second basis of the refutation for Sāṃkhya philosophy in the sutras is that the Prakriti or Pradhana is an independently existent, independently real entity outside of Chaitanya. Now Advaita essentially says everything that exists is Ishvara only, is the same consciousness principle which manifests itself as this universe because of Maya. Therefore, the universe, according to Advaita, is a mithya, and meaning it has no independent existence of its own. The existence that it has is the existence of Ishvara. So, Sadeva Somya Idamagra Asit, Sat alone, dear one, existed before all this. This is the Chandogya Vakya, which is used as a pramāṇa, or the basis or the reason by which we say in Advaita that the Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya. So the Jagat is Mithya on the basis of Shruti statements such as Neha Nanasti Kinchana, Sadeva Saumyedamagra Asit, etc., etc. So this universe, which essentially is a parinama of Maya, is only a mithya, meaning it has no independent existence or existence outside of the Chaitanya Tattva. And therefore, the second aspect in which we differ from Sāṃkhya is in attributing an independent reality to Pradhana in addition to the Purusha. So we accept that the Purusha Tattva, the consciousness principle that they talk about, we accept that. However, what we do not accept is that the Pradhana has an independent reality to that Purusha Tattva. We say that the consciousness principle itself appears as this world because of Maya. Now, so that's the second aspect. The third aspect that we differ is the multiplicities of the Purusha. So each of the jivas in Sāṃkhya is considered to be an independent Purusha, independent consciousness principle. We do not accept that, because Advaita says there's only one consciousness principle, which because of upadhi bhedas, differences in the adjuncts, appears as different jivas. And it is the same consciousness principle with the Maya upadhi, which is Ishvara, and the same consciousness principle with the avidya or the ignorance or the mind, the mano upadhi, appears as these different jivas. So the differences between the jivas, the difference between the jiva and Ishvara is on account of the upadhis, and those upadhis themselves are mithya, and therefore they have no existence, and therefore outside of consciousness, independent of consciousness, they have no existence, and therefore there is no real difference in this consciousness principle. Neha nanasti kinchana, there is no multiplicity in this consciousness whatsoever. This is the principle of Advaita, and therefore this multiplicity of Purushas that the Sāṃkhya philosopher talks about is also refuted. And finally, the Sāṃkhya philosopher says that the Purusha is akarta, but is a bhokta. That is something also that is refuted. Now, according to us, consciousness is neither a karta nor a bhokta, but because of avidya, ignorance, he appears to be a karta, he appears to be a bhokta. Because of ignorance, he mistakes himself to be the doer, and because he mistakes himself to be the doer, he mistakes the experiences of the upadhi as his own experiences, and therefore this bhoktritvam of Chaitanya is also mithya. It's not a real, it's avidya kalpita, is a product of ignorance. So the Pradhana Malla, we spent so much time talking about the Sāṃkhya philosophy because primarily he's taken by the Sutrakara and the Bhashyakara to be the primary opponent in the Brahmasutras. Now, yoga is very close to Sāṃkhya philosophy in that both the yoga and the Sāṃkhya philosophy are Dvaita Darshanani. In the sense, they are both darshanas which essentially consider the Prakriti to be having an independent reality to the Purusha. And on that basis, the Yoga Pratyukta Adhikaranam, which occurs in the second Adhyaya, first Pada, Etena Yoga Pratyuktaha, the same reasons by which the Sāṃkhya Smriti was refuted, the Yoga Smriti is also refuted. No, because there are two aspects in which we don't agree with yoga. We do not agree with the Pradhana having an independent reality to the Purusha. We also do not agree with the Pradhana being the creator in this of this universe, like yoga also. And as Shankaracharya says, Etena Sāṃkhya Smriti Pratyakena Yoga Smritirapi Pratyakyata Drishtavya iti Atideshati. So the Adhikarana, the Yoga Pratyukta Adhikarana is the Atidesha Adhikarana, meaning that the teaching or the reasons that were given in the previous Adhikarana, which was for the refutation of the Sāṃkhya Smriti, the Yoga Smriti also can be refuted. However, now in one aspect, the Yoga Darshana is not rejected, because if you look at the Shruti itself, the Shruti says, Shrotavyo Mantavyo Nididhyasitavyaha. The Atma must be heard, that is, one must listen to the Shruti statements, understand what their import is. That's the meaning of Shravana. Manana meaning we must carefully analyze those Shruti statements to understand and to refute all possible doubts that may emerge about what the Shruti statements talk about. And Nididhyasitavyaha means one must meditate upon the meaning of those statements. Now, this Nididhyasana that we are talking about in the Shruti, which has been enjoined as one of the means by which jnana can arise, that Nididhyasana is nothing but yoga itself. So, the yoga that is accepted by Shruti is not the Dvaita Yoga that is spoken of, which has Pradhana and Purusha as two independent entities. Rather, the techniques for meditation, the Samadhi Abhyasa that is being talked about, the Ashtanga Yoga that is being talked about, those techniques, the practice of meditation and the techniques of meditation are not unacceptable to Vedanta. And that is why the Bhashyakara essentially says that in those aspects of the Veda, which do not, of the Yoga Shastra, which do not contradict the Veda, in those aspects, we have to accept the yogic system also. So it says, Yena tu amshena na virudhyete, tena ishtameva Sāṃkhya-Yoga smrityoho savakashatvam. Therefore, in those aspects that are not in opposition to what has been taught in Veda, the Yoga Darshana is accepted. And the practice of meditation and the utility of that meditation in Nididhyasana as a means to abide in the reality that has been conveyed in the Upanishads, in that aspect, it is accepted. That is why in works such as the Jivan Mukti Viveka, which is a work that speaks about how one attains Jivan Mukti. So essentially, after Jnana has arisen, there are two kinds of sannyasa that are talked about. There is the Vividisha sannyasa and the Vidvat sannyasa. This is mentioned in the Upanishads itself. So the Vividisha sannyasa is the sannyasa that is taken for the purpose of gaining the Brahma Jnana. The Vidvat sannyasa that is taken is once Jnana has been taken, the sannyasa that is taken to abide by in that knowledge, to live your life in consonance with that knowledge. So that Vidvat sannyasa essentially involves the practice of Samadhi Abhyasa, of yoga, for the purpose of abiding in that reality, for the purpose of the post-jnana nididhyasana. Essentially, this is the for one to abide in that reality, for the purpose of preserving that jnana in the mind. And that aspect has been brought about in works such as the Jivan Mukti Viveka by Swami Vidyaranya. And in those aspects, therefore, Advaita Vedanta is not in opposition to the Yoga Smriti and accepts those Yoga Smritis. However, because the yogic system, the foundations of the yogic system are Dvaitic in nature, in those aspects, we do not accept it. So as Shankaracharya says in the Yoga Pratyuktadhikaranam, Dvaitino hite Sāṃkhyaha yogascha na ātmaikatva darshinaha. Sāṃkhya and Yoga are Dvaita Shastra and do not agree that the self is one. So in those aspects, we do not accept it. Now, so we spoke about the Sāṃkhya and the Yoga philosophies. Now, the Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika philosophies are actually quite different to Vedanta and are refuted quite openly in the Brahmasutras itself. So one of the adhikaranas in the Brahmasutra is the Shishta Aparigraha Adhikarana, which occurs in the second adhyaya, second pada, and the first pada actually. In this Adhikarana, what the Sutrakara says, Etena Shishta Aparigraha api Vyakhyataha. So in the 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the fourth adhikarana of the first pada of the second adhyaya. So the Avirodhadhyaya. So essentially, what this is saying is etena. Now etena is referring to all the reasons given in the previous three adhikaranams: the Smritya Adhikaranam, the Yoga Pratyuktadhikaranam, and then Navilakshana Adhikaranam. The reasons given in those adhikaranas are to refute the Sāṃkhya and the Yoga philosophies. For the very same reasons, we have to reject those philosophies which are Shishta Aparigraha, that is, those which are not accepted by the Shishyas, by the Shishtas. Or Shishtas means Aptas, or those people, knowledgeable, wise people. Now, essentially, what And what are these Shishta Parigraha? What are these darshanas? By this, the Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika philosophies are taken to be those which are unaccepted by the Shishtas. Now, in commenting on this particular sutra, what Shankaracharya says is, Etena prakritena pradhana karanavadina sadhana pradhana karanavada nirakarana karanena shishta parigraha. Now he comments on that verse. It says shishtaihi. Who are these shishtas? Shishtaihi manu vyasa prabhatibihi. So those shishtas such as Manu, Vyasa, etc. Kenachidapyanshena aparigrahitaha. Those who have shishtas such as Manu, Vyasa, etc. have not accepted the following philosophies kenachidapi anshena in any aspect. And who are these philosophy? Ye anvadi karanavadaha. Like those that argue for anu or atoms as the sources of creation. So the Nyaya and the Vaisheshika philosophies again go hand in hand. And primarily, I would describe them very broadly. I mean, people may have slightly different views, but I would describe the Nyaya philosophy and the Vaisheshika philosophies as dealing with an alternative view of epistemology and ontology. So the Nyaya philosophy essentially primarily deals with the epistemological aspects of the Vaisheshika philosophy, and the Vaisheshika philosophy primarily deals with the ontological aspects of the Nyaya philosophy. And both of them essentially primarily say that this universe came about from pramāṇas. So the first atomic theory of creation, I would argue, did not come from the Greeks, but rather it came from the Indians through the Vaisheshika philosophy of Kanada Rishi. And Kanada Rishi essentially propounded this system of philosophy on the basis of pramāṇas. He says the creation of this universe can be traced back to the pramāṇas. And what are pramāṇas? Pramāṇas are the atoms which cannot be divided into anything further. And this, and primarily the Vaisheshika philosophy derives its theory of creation from an observation of nature. So just like in this world, you have a piece of cloth being woven from multiple threads. So multiple threads come together to form a piece of cloth. And those threads consist of cotton coming together and being spun into a thread. And cotton consists of various parts. So essentially, the theory of creation in Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika is one of parts coming together to form a whole. So previously we had looked at the Sāṃkhya philosophy, which was essentially one of evolution, of transformation, whereas the system of evolution in Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika is one of parts coming together to form a whole. And if you keep going back, so the cloth, the thread, from the thread to the cotton, from the cotton to the seed, and so on and so on and so forth, we ultimately have to come back to one element which cannot be divided any further. And that element is defined in Nyaya philosophy as the paramāṇa, the anu which cannot be divided into anything further. Anu is something which is highly subtle. And essentially, so creation is essentially the paramāṇus coming together to form a dvyanuka, dvyanukas coming together to form a trinuka, etc., etc. And so from that, from the parts, from the avayavas come the avayavis, and those avayavis become the avayavas or the parts for the next product, and so on and so forth. And that's how creation emerges. And this is completely in opposition to the Vedanta darshana, which essentially says that the creation came from Ishvara. So Ishvara created this universe, the Sarvagya Sarvashaktiman Ishvara. Both the Nyaya systems of philosophy and Vedanta accepts Veda pramāṇa, but Nyaya primarily and Vaisheshika primarily base their theory of creation on logical reasoning and inference, as opposed to the Shabda pramāṇa. And now, and essentially, what the basis of refutation of the Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika philosophies in Vedanta is that these philosophies, because they are primarily reasoning based, the reasoning-based philosophies, if they do not have some other pramāṇa which is the basis for that reasoning, it always is subject to a doubt that it can be refuted in the future. And we have seen that. If you look at the scientific method of how new developments occur. So essentially, scientists get together, they postulate a theory, a hypothesis, and then they test that hypothesis with the basis of observations based on perception. And if the observation meets the hypothesis is correct, and the observation fails the hypothesis, then the hypothesis is incorrect. And so you propose a theory, right? You form a hypothesis which is inherently falsifiable, meaning that it has to give you an answer of yes or no, right? It can't be an unfalsifiable statement. And then you look to nature to provide you with the facts by which you can either falsify the hypothesis or essentially prove that the hypothesis cannot be rejected because the theory it propounds is correct, as evidenced by the facts. Now, the refutation in the sutra occurs in several places. In one place is tarka apratishthānādapi anyatha anumeyam iti chet evamapi avimoksha prasangaha. So in the second adhyaya, first pada again, the 11th sutra, essentially what this particular sutra is saying is that tarka apratishthāna. Now, one cannot accept reasoning independent of the shruti or some other pramāṇa, primarily because that reasoning can always be rejected by some other more intelligent scientist who comes in the future. A person. So, for example, if your philosophy is based purely on logical reasoning, and you derive that particular reasons based on a certain set of facts, it is always possible for a new set of facts to emerge in the future that will falsify your current conclusion. And therefore, in order for you to make a clear determination of something, you cannot rely purely on logical reasoning. And this is what Shankaracharya says. So if you say that today there is a philosopher who propounds his theory based on the atomic theory of creation, and tomorrow there's another philosopher who says that, okay, this is wrong for these reasons, then whatever you have believed for so long has been falsified. So for like thousands of years, people believe that the Earth was the center of the solar system, right? And then it took Copernicus to say no, actually it's not. Or Galileo to say it's not. You have the it's a heliocentric theory, which is the right one. For several years, people believed that the Earth was flat because their experience is of flat. So if you look at pure facts, your perception tells you that the world is flat. But then you travel to space, you observe ships at sea, you look at what happens to how the ship disappears into the horizon, and then you come up with a alternative theory. And then you later you fly into space, and then you observe that the Earth is spherical. So, and then the same thing goes even for like valid scientific theories. So for Newton proposes classical mechanics, and then Einstein comes and says actually that the relativity, that there are certain aspects or certain instances where classical physics fails, and then you have relativity and quantum mechanics, etc. So the thing is like, so each development, while it is really helpful, one cannot come up with a conclusive answer. And the reason why you need to have a conclusive answer is because only a conclusive answer can give you moksha, because moksha is not contingent upon some theory being right. Moksha needs to be absolute for it to be something that is worthwhile to pursue. And therefore, the Vedanta Shastra, which has the Vedas, the Apaurushaya Vedas as their basis, is in a much better position to talk about the source of the universe, to talk about what constitutes moksha, rather than something which is ultimately dependent on the intellect of one particular individual or a group of individuals. Now, that doesn't mean, though, that the tarka itself has absolutely no role to play in Vedanta, which is why, for example, the Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana, the Manana limb of the Jnana Sadhana involves reasoning. And so what kind of reasoning is acceptable to Vedanta? Shankaracharya says, Shruti anugrahita eva tarkaha anubhava angatvena ashriyate. Now, you cannot take a shushka tarka, that is reasoning in the absence of pramāṇa support. Rather, it needs to be Shruti anugrahita tarka. It needs to be a reasoning which is essentially advancing what is being told by the Shruti. Because the Shruti is, because it's apaurushaya, it is free from defects. And if you interpret that Shruti correctly, then the results that are gained from that understanding are something that you can rely on as absolutely valid at all periods of time. As opposed to Tarka, which is subject to that theory, it is so long as it's not falsified, you have to assume it is correct. But there's always a risk that it gets falsified in the future, and one cannot come up with a clear determination of that. So on that basis, the Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika system has been rejected as well. The atomic theory has been rejected as well for all these reasons. As the Sutrakara says, etena shishta parigrahaha. For these reasons, the system of philosophy, which is unacceptable but to the shishtas, like the Manu and Vyasa, etc., are also have been conveyed. This is not just the Shankaracharya saying it. The Sutrakara himself rejects the Nyāya-Vaiśeṣika systems of philosophy. So then comes the Purvottara Mīmāṃṣa. So the Uttara Mīmāṃṣa is what we have been talking about.
Apologies, Venkatramanji. We are running out of time, so request you to conclude.
I'll conclude it very quickly. So the basis of the Purva Mīmāṃṣa essentially involves the interpretation of the Purva Bhaga of the Upanishads, of the Veda rather, the Karma Kanda, and it provides various methods of interpretation of the Vedic sentences, which are very useful to Vedanta. So the acceptability of Purva Mīmāṃṣa is in all the techniques of interpretation of the Upanishads, the Shadveda Tatparya Lingas, etc. Upakrama-upasamharaha, Abhyaso Purvataplam, Arthavadopapattischa, Lingam Tatparya Nishchaye, and the Tatsiddhipetika, and all those like Prakarana, Linga, Sāṃkhya, etc. All of those techniques of Vedic interpretation are used in the in Vedanta itself. Also, where it differs is in the Purva Mīmāṃṣa focuses on the Karma Kanda and essentially relegates the Upanishads to Arthavada, which is not acceptable. And so in the Tattva Samanvayat Sutra, Shankaracharya provides an elaborate refutation of the Purva Mīmāṃṣa philosophy in the aspect of jnana being insufficient, which is what the Purva Mīmāṃṣa argues, that knowledge is insufficient for this, and therefore in those aspects the Purva Mīmāṃṣa philosophy is refuted. I mean, in summary, the basic principle of Vedanta is that in those aspects which are not in opposition to the entirety of the Veda, the other darshanas are accepted. And in those aspects which they are in contradiction, they are refuted. And that is why there is both the acceptance in certain aspects and the non-acceptance in other aspects of the other darshanas of philosophy within Uttara Mīmāṃṣa. So with that, I will bring this to conclusion, and apologies it has taken me a little longer, but thank you for the opportunity. Do you want me to say something briefly in Tamil, or have you?
Yes, very briefly, 2 minutes,
okay.
Quick summary. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். இப்போ நான் தமிழ்ல வந்து கொஞ்சம் இதை பத்தி பேச போறேன்னா, இப்போ நம்ம 6 தர்சனங்கள் உண்டு. சாங்கிய யோகம், நியாய வைசேஷிகம், பூர்வோத்தர மீமாம்சா. இப்போ பகவான் சூத்திரக்காரர் வந்து இந்த 6ல அந்த 6வதாக உத்தர மீமாம்சாவை வந்து அனுசரிச்சுண்டு இந்த பிரம்மசூத்திரத்தை வந்து ரச்சனை பண்ணியிருக்கார். இதுல வந்து அந்த மத்த 5 தர்சனங்கள்ல வந்து சில பகுதிகளை வந்து எடுத்துண்டு சில பகுதிகளை விட்டிருக்கார். எந்த பகுதிகள்லாம் வந்து வேதத்துக்கும் வேதாந்தத்துக்கும் அனுகூலமாக இருக்கோ அந்த பகுதிகளை எடுத்துண்டு, எந்த பகுதிகள் வந்து வேதாந்தத்துக்கும் வேதத்துக்கும் பிரதிகூலமாக இருக்கோ அந்த பகுதிகளை வந்து நிராகரணம் பண்ணிருக்கார். இந்த சாங்கியமும் யோகமும் பிரதான காரணவாத பட்சம், துவைத பட்சம், அந்த பட்சத்தை வந்து நிராகரணம் பண்ணிருக்கார் சூத்திரக்காரர். சாங்கியன் தான் இங்க வந்து பிரதானம் அல்லன். அதாவது வந்து சாங்கியனை வந்து பிரதான பூர்வபக்ஷியா எடுத்துட்டு வந்து சூத்திரக்காரர் வந்து அதுக்கு நிராகரணம் பண்ணிருக்கார். யோகமும் அதே காரணத்துக்காக நிராகரணம் பண்ணப்பட்டிருக்கு. நியாய-வைசேஷிகம் வந்து சூத்திரக்காரருக்கு வந்து சம்மதமே இல்லை, சிஷ்ட அப்பரிகிரக அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. அதாவது வந்து இது வந்து சிஷ்டர்களால வந்து ஏற்கப்படாத ஒரு தரிசனங்கள்னு சொல்லப்பட்டிருக்கு. அப்படி சொன்னாலும் சில பகுதிகள் வந்து வேதத்துக்கு அனுகூலமாக இருக்கிறதுனால ஸ்ரோதவ்யோ மந்தவ்யோ நிதித்தியாசித்தவ்ய வந்து மரணம் இருக்கே விதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கே மந்தவ்யன்னு சொல்லும் போது அந்த மரணத்துக்கு அனுகூலமாக இருக்கும்போது ஸ்ருதி அனுகிரகித தர்க்கமாக இருக்கும்போது அந்த நியாயமும் வைசேஷிகமும் வேதாந்தத்துக்கும் உபயோகப்படுறது. ஆனா எப்ப வந்து அது அசத்காரியவாதமும் பரமாணு காரியவாதமும் சொல்றதோ அது வந்து ஒத்துக்கப்படாத விஷயம். ஏன்னா வேதாந்தத்துல வந்து சர்வஜ சர்வசக்திமானாக இருக்கக்கூடிய பிரம்மன் தான் இந்த உலகத்துக்கு காரணம்னு சொல்லப்பட்டிருக்கு. அந்த தர்சனத்தை வந்து ஒழுங்கா அதோடைய தாத்பரியம் என்னன்னு புரிய வைக்கிறதுக்கு இப்ப நமக்கு வந்து பூர்வ மீமாம்சா தேவைப்படுறது. ஏன்னா இப்போ ஸ்ருதி தான் வந்து பரம பிரமாணமாக இருக்கு வேதாந்தத்துக்கு. அந்த பரம பிரமாணம் என்ன சொல்றது, அதோடைய தாத்பரியம் என்ன அப்படின்னு புரிய வைக்கிறதுக்கு பூர்வ மீமாம்சாவுடைய உதவி தேவைப்படுறது. அதுல நிறைய வந்து தாத்பரிய லிங்கங்கள் எல்லாம் சொல்லப்பட்டிருக்கு. எப்படி வந்து இதோட எந்த அந்த வேதம் வந்து அபூர்வஷயமாக இருக்கு, அதுக்கு வந்து ஒரு வேதத்தை சொல்ற வந்து ஒரு மனுஷன் இல்லை. சோ நீங்க நம்ம வந்து போய் வந்து ஈஸ்வரன் கிட்ட போய் நீங்க என்ன அபிப்பிராயத்தோட சொல்லிருக்கீங்கன்னு கேட்க முடியாது. அதனால அந்த வேதம் என்ன சொல்றக்கோ அந்த சொல்லாலேயே அதை கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். அதனால வந்து அதுக்கு பூர்வ மீமாம்சா தேவைப்படுறது. ஆனா சில பகுதிகள்ல பூர்வ மீமாம்சாவும் வேதாந்தத்துக்கு வந்து விரோதமா இருக்கிறதுனால அந்த பகுதிகளை வந்து நம்ம ஒத்துக்கிறது இல்லை. இது வந்து இந்த ஒரு இதை கொடுத்ததுக்கு இண்டிகாவுக்கும் நிதின் ஸ்ரீதர் அவர்களுக்கும் நான் நன்றியை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன். ஸ்ரீ குருபியோ நமஹ.
Thank you very much, Venkat Raghavanji, for a wonderful, very comprehensive and insightful presentation from an Advaitic perspective. Thank you very much for making time for the session. Viewers, now moving forward, we are late, but please bear with us. We have the last session last talk in the morning session. We have with us Vidushi Maitri Goswamiji, joining us from Gujarat, and she will be speaking on the topic ṣaḍdarśanas, their role and limitations in the pursuit of Tatva Jnana in accordance with Anubhashya of Vallabhacharya ji. Just a brief introduction. Thank you, Maitri ji, for making time for this session. And before I open the floor to you, just a brief introduction. Maitri ji is a practitioner of Pushti Bhakti Marg and a direct descendant of Mahaprabhu Sri Vallabhacharya. She has pursued MA from Sampurnanand Vishwavidyalaya, Varanasi, with Vedanta as the main subject. She has been studying all the sampradaya shastras of Pushti Bhakti Marga sect from her father Sri Sharad Goswami ji and her revered guru Goswami Sri Shyam Manohar ji for the last 14 years. She is currently working with her father at Sri Vallabhacharya Vidyapeeth, established in Gujarat, for publishing, preserving and teaching the Vedic scriptures and granthas written by the Acharyas of Vallabha Sampradaya. She also teaches Vedānta in a diploma course at University of Mumbai, Department of Philosophy. Thank you, Maitri ji. You can go ahead with the session.
Yeah, namaste. So, I am talking about the topic of ṣaḍdarśanas with the perspective of Anubhashya as written by Mahaprabhu Sri Vallabhacharya. I'm sharing the screen for the sake of PPT, and it has all the notes for the subject which I'm going to discuss. So yeah, the topic starts with ṣaḍdarśanas. The 6 darshanas have already been elaborated by the previous speakers, so I am not going to elaborate the topic as such, but I will be teaching the subject in the format of Vallabh Sampradaya. So let us start with Sāṃkhya and Yoga. these two theories have been elaborating the tattvas, and the Sankhya philosophy has accepted Prakriti and Purush as the main tattva, and it is a dualistic theory. The yoga theory goes with the same philosophical aspects as explained in the Sāṃkhya Marga. And both these philosophies don't accept Ishwar as the Mool Karan, and that's the main point of conflict and difference between the Vedantic philosophies and Sāṃkhya-Yoga philosophies. But Sāṃkhya-Yoga have been explained in many other Puranas as well, other than the famous one, which are taught by Kapil and Patanjali. So Sri Vallabhacharya says that Sāṃkhya and Yoga can be Swataha Moksha Marg for attaining Mukti by our own efforts. And as he says that from Bhagavat, the Kapil Muni, the son of Kardam and Devhuti, had explained the meaning of Sāṃkhya. The Devhuti was given the Upadesh of Sāṃkhya by Maharshi Kapil, and from there we have Seshwar Sāṃkhya, the concept of Sāṃkhya, which is accepting Ishwar, Brahman as the Mool Karan, and Prakriti and Purush as the products of Ishwar or Brahman. So Sri Vallabhacharya says that Seshwar Sāṃkhya and Seshwar Yoga Marg can be beneficial for attaining Mukti, and they can be accepted under the major category of Vedantic philosophy. So Prakriti and Purush will be coming out from the Brahman, and then the whole prakriya of Utpatti can be accepted the way Sāṃkhya Marg has been explaining, other than accepting the Vikrat Parinam. So Nirishwar Sāṃkhya and Seshwar Sāṃkhya have been differentiated by Mahaprabhu Sri Vallabhacharya, and he says that Sāṃkhya can make you attain Mukti, and that Mukti will not be of a very good class, because Sri Vallabhacharya says that Swarupastho yada jivaha kritartha sanigadyate. So Swarupasthata is the format of Mukti which a person can attain through Sāṃkhya and Yoga Marg, and Swarupasthiti will mean that the Jiva Chaitanya will remain in its original form, the way it was created by Brahman from the Chaitanya Ansh of Brahma. So Swarupasthiti Rupa Mukti is the format of Mukti which can be attained, but only if the Tattvic philosophy of Sāṃkhya and Yoga will be Seshwara Sāṃkhya and not Nirishwara Sāṃkhya. The second difference Sri Vallabhacharya mentions is Vikrat Parinam Vad, as mentioned by Sāṃkhya Marg, because Prakriti will be transformed into the other objects, other matters as Vikrat, and Sri Vallabhacharya says that I accept a Vikrat Parinam Vad. So Brahman doesn't become Vikrat, or that the transformation is not a Vikrat transformation, but it has to be a Vikrat transformation, just like we make ornaments out of the gold. So there he says that Ashtavinshati Vedastu Karane Tattva Vedataha Bhagavatvam Yatas Tesham Tasma Tattvani Tanitu. So he says that I accept the counting of 28 elements as explained by Sāṃkhya Marg from Srimad Bhagavat, from the third skand of Srimad Bhagavat, but I am just accepting these counting of tattva because Ishwar has been accepted as the Mool Karana Tattva of all these 28 elements. So Bhagavatva, the Brahmatva in the Tattva is the important aspect. Other than that, the counting can differ and still it can be okay. But as Kapilji has explained the counting of Tattva in 28 numbers, therefore Sri Vallabhacharya has accepted the counting in the same way. In Brahmasutra, Sri Vallabhacharya has refuted the Nirishwar Sāṃkhya Marg in these sutras by saying that Bhogyasya Bhoktra Patti Brahmano Nirvisheshasya Bhoktrahi Bhogyatvam Bhogyasya Cha Bhoktratvam Apadyate Atuna Vibhagaiti. So Prakriti and Purush have been explained as Bhokta and Bhogya in a Nirishwar Sāṃkhya philosophy, while Sri Vallabhacharya says that they both are supposed to be the byproducts of Brahman. And therefore, Brahma is the ultimate element of Prakriti and Purush both, but it is just about the roles they play in the creation. That's why Purush will work as the Samashti of Chaitanya, while Prakriti will play the role of Samashti of Jada Padarth, and therefore all the Jad and Chetan Padarth will come out of Prakriti and Purush, but they are not supposed to be bifurcated as Bhokta and Bhogya. So Prakriti and Purush will be the byproducts of Brahman, and Brahman is supposed to be accepted as the Moola Karana Tattva. Etena yogaha pratyuktaha. So there he says that Prakriti Vyatiriktanam Mahadadinam Loke Vedecha Anupalabdehe. So other than Prakriti, Mahad, etc., the counting of elements which has been done by Nirishwara Sankhya is not available in Ved, and that's why Vallabhacharya is not accepting the type of elemental analysis which has been done by Nirishwara Sankhya. So as Yoga Marga is also accepting the same type of philosophical arrangement, that's why it has been refuted along with Sankhya on the basis of the Nirishwarata. But Sri Vallabhacharya says that if it is Seshwara Sankhya and Yoga, then both these marg will work for the sake of attaining mukti. But the difference between both these methods will be Tyaga Vibhagena. So he says that the Sankhya Marg is for the sake of Tyag, renunciation, by attaining sannyas. So the procedure will be that, first of all, to attain the Tattva Gyan in the format of Seshwara Sankhya, then Vairagya, Tattva Gyan Janita Vairagya, then sannyas, and then Swarupa Sthiti Rupa Mukti. While in the Yoga Marg, he says that it will be Atyage, Yoga Margohi. So the method will be of Atyag. You don't need to attain renunciation, but by Manasa Tyagaha. So the format of Tyag will be Manasika Tyag and Manasika Vairagya. And by staying at home, by practicing the Ashtanga Yoga, a person can attain Swarupa Sthiti Rupa Mukti. So this is the format of Sankhya and Yoga, and in this Seshwar format, both these methods can be accepted for attaining Swarupa Sthiti Rupa Moksha. Now about Nyāya and Vaiśeṣika. So both these schools have been refuted very bluntly because they are known as Ardhanastic schools, and they don't accept Ishwar as the Upadan Karan of the universe, but it just has been accepted as the Nimitta Karan. And when it is not the Upadan Karan, then the role will completely be passive and pramāṇa comes in the active role. So Sri Vallabhacharya in these sutras is refuting the methods of Nyāya and Vaiśeṣika by saying that Idanim Parmāṇu Karanvado Nirakriyate Sanyoga Janaka Karmapi na Sambhavati Karanantara Bhavat. So here he says that when you are saying that one Parmāṇu will be Sanyukta with other Parmāṇu, and in the procedure of Dvayanuk, Tranuk and Chaturnuk, the whole universe will come into existence, then in the Jad Parmāṇu, the Kriya of Sanyog is not possible. And for that, if you want to accept Brahman as the Nimitta Karan for attaching or for arranging the Sanyog of the Anu, then Sri Vallabhacharya says that Karanantara Bhavat, you are not accepting the other Karan as the Mool Karan, and that's why when the Sanyog Kriya is not possible, at that time Parmāṇu cannot be accepted as the Upadan Karan of universe. And about the Arambhavad, as already explained by the previous speaker, that Avyav and by attaching the Avyav and Avyavi with each other, the whole object will come into existence. So there Sri Vallabhacharya says that it is not possible because the Karan is also supposed to be Sat. So just not about the Karya, but the Karan Nash cannot be the reason behind Karyotpatti. So Satkaranata Vad and Avirbhav Tirobhavad have been accepted by Sri Vallabhacharya in opposition of Arambhavad and Parmāṇu Karanata Vad. So there he says that abhav of any object is not possible at all because Brahman is being created in the form of universe by Ekoham Bahusyam Prajayaya, this Shruti Vachan. And that's why when Brahman is getting taking the form of all the Nama, Rupa and Karma of the universe. So if Brahman is Sat, then all the objects which are the form of Brahman are also supposed to be Sat. So as accepted by Nyāya school, Sri Vallabhacharya is not accepting that an object can be destroyed, and pradvansa bhav or prag bhav of any object is possible. Even anyonya bhav and is also not possible. Atyanta bhav is also not possible, because even if the object is not visible in its karya form, the object has to remain present in its karanata. That's why Satkaranata Vada refutes the theory of abhav, and that's why all the objects are supposed to be sat in their ultimate form, which is the Sat Guna Dharma of Brahman itself. So if Brahman is splitting its Sat form into infinite Jada objects, and same about the creation of Jivatmas from the Chaitanya Guna Dharma of Brahman. So both, if not even visible in their Karya form, have to be in the Karan form. And that's why Satkaranta Vada doesn't give any space to the theory of Abhav. But what is the use of Nyaya theory is about the Padarth Vichar. So the definitions which have been given about the Dravya, Gun, Samavaya, etc., the way Tattva have been defined by Nyaya school, those definitions have been accepted by Sri Vallabhacharya in the format of Shuddha Vedanta. Now to go ahead with Mīmāṃṣa. So Mīmāṃṣa about Purvakand and Uttarakand both. So here I am splitting both into the two parts, which is Mīmāṃṣa and Vedānta. So for Mīmāṃṣa, we are going ahead with the concept of Purva Mīmāṃṣa, Purvakand only. So here Janmadhyasya Yatha Shastra Yonitvat, in the Bhashya of this sutra, Sri Vallabhacharya says that Siddha and Sadhya, the two Kand of Veda, Purvakand and Uttarakand, are supposed to be titled as Siddhakand and Sadhyakand. So Purvakand and Uttarakand are two complementary Kand for each other, and the whole Veda Rashi is supposed to be accepted as the Namatmak form of Brahman. And that's why the Purva Mīmāṃṣa cannot be refuted, or it cannot be considered as Arthavad on the basis of Jnana-kanda. So what is the use of Purvakand? So there Sri Vallabhacharya says that Vishayaikya, it means Brahman itself is the Vishaya for both the Purvottar Mīmāṃṣa. Prayojanaikya, Prayojan is also the same for clarifying the contradiction we feel, the Madhyamadhikaris feel, for understanding the Vedantic terminologies. Adhikaryaikya, Adhikari will also remain the same. And Sadhana Swarupyaikya, Sadhan can also remain same if the Gyan is attached with the karma. We will speak about, I'll speak about it in just 2-3 minutes. And Phalaikya, that Prapti of Brahman is supposed to be the ultimate goal of karma and Gyan both. So here Sri Vallabhacharya in the Bhashya says that Kriya Rupe Dharme Pravishto Dharmi Yajna Ekah Tatha Jnana Rupe Dharme Pravishto Dharmi Brahma Dvitiya. So the format of both these Kand of Ved will be that Kriya Rupe Dharme Pravishto Dharmi Yajna. So Yajna is the Kriya in which the whole Purvakand is sublimated. So there Sri Vallabhacharya says that Brahma itself is taking the form of Yajna, and Jnana Rupe Dharme Pravishto Dharmi Brahma Dvitiya. So Brahman is, as explained in the Upanishads, will be understood from the second Kand of Veda, which is the Jnana Kand. Yataha Kriya Jnanavan Harihi. So Hari, the Mula Tattva, Parabrahma, is supposed to be understood with both these aspects of Kriya Shakti and Gyan Shakti, which have been culminated in the form of Yajna and Gyeyaru. Kriyavan Kriyayam Pravishto Atah Kriyaiva Pratiyate. So the Brahman has infused itself in the Kriya, and that's why Kriya is visible from the outer